Hi. Hi. Hello, hello. Welcome everyone. How are you doing? How's everyone doing? How was your weekend? Welcome to the stream. Another Monday, another week starting, watching Yu-Gi-Oh videos as we always do. Hello, Fergan. I'm glad you're doing okay. Hello, Hector. Hello, Kat. Hello, Quillion. Hello, Philip. Hello, Crispy Applesauce. Hi. How's everyone doing? Hope you had a great weekend. I didn't have the best weekend, but you know what? At least it's over and I'm here. Good old cheater Cheng. I'm surprised a hit piece about him didn't come out before this. He's an infamous cheater, but like he was known for cheating. Is everyone knows, and this person like was like, I assume, right? If everyone knew that he was a cheater, then like wasn't he like already like banned and stuff? So a hit piece wasn't necessary. This person was already banned. I don't think this is considered a hit piece. The hit piece is what happened to Saikuno. Now that's a hit piece. Deserved or not, I don't know. I'm not the one to judge here, but like that feels like a hit piece. I don't know. Hello. We're literally in the starting screen. We literally have not started yet, so you haven't missed anything. Yeah. My name is pronounced Firegan, but I kinda don't want people calling me Fergan. Alright, Firegan. You know what? This is kinda awkward because I've been calling you like Fergan for like weeks, I think. Maybe more than that, and I'm just finding out this. Oh my god! Hello, Eldios. Welcome. How are you doing? How was your weekend? What is that? Tea? Yeah. So Pepper, what are we going to be What are we going to be watching with you today? Oh, I will show you. I wanted to watch some like short videos today. But we have a little bit of everything. Let me see. You know what? I hit M5. Oh, so I'm big chilling. Oh, I'm so jealous of you. But yeah, I'm glad. I saw your stream where you were like crashing out. So and I was like, oh my god, that's very unfortunate, but I'm glad you managed to get back to master. Yes. Duel Links? No Duel Links today. I will show you. Hold on. I think it's this, right? There we go. I've been watching. Well, I already finished watching Duelist Kingdom, so I want to watch like what was like censored, right? If you have another video like this of things that were like censored during Duelist Kingdom, only during Duelist Kingdom, I will better to play Draco Tail Saturday, I guess. Okay, interesting. When is like actually I don't know. I've been playing your most hated deck, K9 Vanquish Soul. So yeah, that's a thing. Wait, is this chat the correct chat? Oh wait, hold on. I think this is the correct chat. Wait, what is this other chat then? What was I doing last time that the chat is not in the right place? Wait, what? Right, I think this looks better for this type of stream. Otherwise it doesn't cover the thing. I just forgot to mention it to you weeks ago. I mentioned the No! The polymerization video is like 1 hour long. I just said that we were gonna watch short videos today, but we're gonna watch it in the future, I'm sure, because it seemed really interesting. Like fusion sounds like something that I would enjoy, like a video about that, but not today, sadly. Most hated deck is Kashtira. You're fine. Izuna does need to be banned though. Not Izuna, Reaper. Nah. Nah. I think Reaper is a very fair card. I think it's a very fair card. I don't think it's that good. I don't think it's that good. You know what? If there is no Reaper, then the deck is like dead, right? The archetype is dead. Reaper undermines 2 years of game design choices. Yes, we need more cards like Reaper. That's what we need, right? I'm rage baiting you. Don't worry, I'm rage baiting you. I understand. I understand. Pepper, if you ever play Duel Links, but then one of the characters said they know you're playing as them, how would you react to that? Wait, what? If you're playing Duel Links, but then one of the characters said they know you're playing as them, how do you react to that? I don't know. I don't play Duel Links, so I'm missing like a lot of context there. Heard or seen the new yugioh pack coming out? Yes, I saw some of the cards. I didn't read every single effect. And the one that makes me more like curious about is that card that lets you normal summon anything if your opponent has like a monster on the field, right? As a quick spell. And I'm like, I don't know, that sounds kinda like it's gonna summon like Floodgates. It's gonna summon like Vanity's Fiend or like something like that. The other one, what's it called? Vanity's something. One of those guys. That sounds like it's gonna be the thing. You still have Nash Knight into C. Yep. Yeah. I understand. I'm not very familiar with the game. I'm kinda new, believe it or not. So I cannot like give a proper informed opinion. But I think I don't know. I think there is worse things. I think that's the thing. I think there is way worse things. But I see why people don't like it and think should be banned. You cannot play cross duels because it's shut down. Cross duels? They will never hit Reaper if Kid Kalos is still legal. I can see Reaper being limited at 1. I can see that. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Master does low bar because it's the worst balanced version of Yu-Gi-Oh. Really? Interesting. Well, it's the only one that I can play, sadly. So I don't know. Devin means if you play Yu-Gi-Oh, but one of the characters break the fourth wall, how would you react? I mean, I will get scared, right? That's messed up. It's like, wait, what? And then I will laugh, right? I will be like, what? Yeah, because I assume it's like Deadpool in like the thing. Oh, did you see the thing? Oh, I didn't realize that you saw the thing. Hold on, you can see the thing. Wait, look at this, chat. Look at this. It's beautiful, right?
And subscribe.
It's beautiful, right? Did you ring the bell? Did you like and subscribe, chat? Because all these 4-way duels? That sounds interesting. I'm sorry. Sony Gosga and her event talk to us, not the characters, the player. Interesting. Hello, Pyronova. I wish I could sub again. That deserves it, right? That deserves it. Yeah. It's funny, but that's because when you know the context. Yeah, a little bit. Wait, I actually don't know the full context. I don't know if the guy is supposed like actually like a military or is like just like someone that is like severely like going through something, right? Or if it's just like a I don't know, right? I saw the thing, but I don't know how. Who is actually this guy? Like, what is going on with him? But out of context, it's really funny. But out of context, it's very funny. We don't know. Time to unsub and resub. Nice. All right, chat. Let me show you what we're gonna watch today. What we're gonna try to watch today is, well, obviously wait, where is it? Wait, where is it? This one. The downfall of the most notorious Yu-Gi-Oh cheater. We're gonna watch this at the end. This is gonna be the last video that we watch today. it's gonna before I kind of want to go to shorter ones like this, like how Pegasus. Yeah, this is about the anime, right? Because I've been watching Duelist Kingdom, and yeah, I believe it or not, I don't know anything about this. I don't know anything about this, so I'm really excited. Um, Other video I'm gonna watch is the shortest duels, also about the anime. Then I think I really want to watch these videos that is like the anime cards. Where it's really about. We're gonna start with anime stuff, and then we're gonna go into the meta stuff, right? Into the actual game. I want to curious about what this is. Like, I'm not gonna watch a full video. I don't want to see the dual part of it. I just want to know like how the video works, how the deck works. Because this Sky Striker, Magnet Warrior, Rise Seal, Mitsurugi, Finsmith. Now this sounds disgusting, and I'm really curious. So we're gonna watch the first minute to see the deck list and what is the plan exactly. I wanted to watch this a long time ago, and I forgot that we didn't finish it because we started the video and then I had an emergency, so I had to end the stream. So we didn't finish this video, but I wanted to watch this video a long time ago. So we're gonna try to watch this too. And yeah, we have like the animations. Like we can get rid of this first, I think. Do was a piece of work ranking to him at events way back. There was someone else even more notorious though. Roy St. Clair. I think I've heard about that one. Dude got banned from Yu-Gi-Oh twice and other TCGs. That's so funny. I think I seen a video about this person. I don't remember, but it sounds familiar. If it's not that one guy in particular, maybe the video was about different like dramas and stuff, and he was like one of them. He passed away, so no one brings him up anymore. Oh yeah, I think I heard about that. Pepper just speed up the video to make it shorter. It depends. It depends on how it goes. And one other thing that we're doing today, chat. One other thing is that we're gonna be reacting to the first ever Master Duel meta meme review. We're gonna reacting to the actual meme review, to the actual post. I have it here. Hold on. Let me get it. So you know what I mean. Not a video about it, not a Farfa video about it, but the actual meme review is here. Funny. Here it is. Yeah, well, I already saw the first meme. We're gonna talk about it later, don't worry. I'm really curious about this because I have no idea how it looked like at the start. Do you guys know about Victory Gaming? Victor Lee? Guy was prominent Duel Links until he... is DL Duel Links? He was prominent in Duel Links until he got banned in the TCG? No idea. Oh! Void the Spy! Hi! Welcome. Yeah, that's a right alert. Hello, welcome everyone. How are you doing? Hello. My name is Pepper Wentz. I am a chef VTuber who doesn't actually cooks, just plays Yu-Gi-Oh. So yeah, I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a great stream. What were you doing? Welcome. We're gonna be watching some Yu-Gi-Oh videos today. Hi. You have been rated by the agency. Wow. What's going on in the in the agency? Hi, Boy the Spy. Thank you for bringing your community. Hi. Yeah, right now we're gonna watch some videos and then later we're gonna watch like we're gonna see the first meme review ever. So yeah, Pepper, you must play food based decks. I play two of them, Suship and Nouvelle. Yes. Cooking with your Yu-Gi-Oh decks, I see. Kinda. Do you also play Yu-Gi-Oh? Are you also a Yu-Gi-Oh player? Are you also a duelist? I believe in the heart of the cards. Oh my god. Hi. Hello Saki. Hello Igor. Hello Void, obviously. Hello Kitsulun. Hello. Yeah. Hi. I see. I see that this is a very like close community. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Nah, I enjoy the Yu-Gi-Oh! A Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. Never could get the cards in England. But like, you know what? I just recently got into the card game because of Masterduel, because it's the online thing, and I got into it because of the anime, because I started rewatching the anime, and it was really fun. Thank you so much for the follow, boy. Thank you. I feel like most people got into this because of the anime, probably, most likely. I don't know. I'm talking out of my ass. I actually don't know anything. Yeah. This I what? 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 Estonia's internet. Wow. Wait, we have an European raid. Interesting. We usually don't get those. That's amazing. So yeah, thank you so much, and don't worry if you have to go. I know it's probably like late for you, or you're probably hungry. You probably want to drink water or something. Feel free. You're free. You're free. You don't have to stay. I understand. But for everyone who wants to stay, yes, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for bringing your community. The pronunciation, you never. You what? There was a few games on like DS, but never got those. Yeah, yeah, I never got those. I never got those. I think I played like the simulator. Hello, Lucario. Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love the mall. It's so. Wait, hold on. I got a joke. Wanna hear it? Yeah, sure. Look, I also have this model. For a lot of people, myself included, way back, they send okay, hold on. They sent out a bunch of VHS tapes before it aired on Kids WB. I was hooked the moment I saw it and waited for cards to be available. Wait, in VHS? That's crazy. I saw it on TV. I never got like VHS of that. I got like Dragon Ball in VHS, but not Yu-Gi-Oh! I didn't know about that one. Gender bent. Gender is a spectrum. Yeah, I also have this one. Hold on. Probably 90% of people did. And at least 10% are lied to themselves. Yeah. But out of all anime, which did you get into Yu-Gi-Oh with? I got with Sex on Arc 5. Well, I watched the first one, but I didn't have like cards. I got cards when GX came out. Like actual cards, you know? Don't shame Pepper for wanting to feel bonita. I haven't heard that in a while, dang. Jesus. What do you like an anime protagonist? That's crazy. I want to get one, like another model that is more like you can see me and you be like, oh yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh, right? I want to get one of those, but that will take a long time. One day though, I can dream. But in the meantime, let's just get this. This is the original model. Yeah, with my chef hat. Yes. I can also take my clothes off, but I don't do that for free. Anyways, let's let's get into the videos. Let's honestly just start with this. Let's just start with this one. Wait, actually, have you seen how the animations look like for Instant Win? There is only 4. I thought like there was only like Exodia. It's the only one that I've seen. The streamer's a businessman, I see. Yeah. Look at this. Isn't this cool? Isn't this awesome? Yeah. Yeah, this is beautiful. Destiny board. Have you ever win with Destiny board? I have never seen anyone play it. Absolutely no one plays it. I also haven't seen this, I think. VHS, so you're an OG. That, yeah, Crispy Apples was definitely an OG. I've seen this one. This one is really funny. I got this card, but I dismantled it. It wasn't, you know, I was like a little scared of that. But yeah. I don't know, which one was your favorite? I feel like this one is the most unique one. I really like this one. The, what is it called? I don't remember the name. It's like a chair game, right? I don't remember the name, but this one looks amazing. Like, it kind of makes it look like it's 3D, even though it isn't. So I love that. I used the card to Alf Laundries back in the day. Really? Interesting. Oh, the instant win animations are cool. Pity you will actually win a ton with just damage before you actually sin. Yeah, true. By pressing on top of your opponent and pen in their battlefield. But how do you summon this? I really wish they gave Jackpot 7 an animation. I feel like that would be cool. But Ghost Trick 1 is sick. I mean, it's alright. I mean, if I had to rank them, I would say like this one is number 1. Then Exodia. I'm not biased. I'm not a Yugi boomer. I am a Yugi boomer, but you know what I mean. The Exodia one is just really cool. I don't know what to tell you. Then is this one, and then the Ghost Trick one. Yeah. I play Sims. I can summon Dinosaur if I want. Dinosaur. Oh. Exodia, destroy my opponents and send them to the underworld. That's why we have Whimsy in our lives. We choose to go for the old wins. Yeah, I mean, the fun like alternate win condition is when digging out your opponent, right? Making your opponent run out of cards. I feel like that's the most common one, I will say. I can't believe they banned Exodia for the 15 card. Yeah, because you could get so many cards easily, right? It makes sense. I was like disappointed, but at the same time I wasn't surprised. You know what? Now that we're talking about it, why don't we watch a video about this? Hold on, because I just saw it in the recommendations. I'm curious. Alternate win conditions. Alternative win conditions. Wait, hold on, chat. We should watch this. I think this is a good video to start with today. Wait, hold on.
In this video, we'll go over
Let's let me get the
10
right
cards
volume.
that mostly allow you to win the duel due to their card effects.
I feel like the volume. I think too much about the volume. Sorry about that. Also, yeah, I know I'm technically like not providing, not providing like much content, but hey, I just want to spam this because it's so funny, chat. I just want to do this.
Like, comment, and subscribe.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just like doing that. It's so funny. I'm so sorry. Anyways. Okay. Oh god, not him, not the spider. What's wrong with the spider? You don't like those videos? Oh yeah, you know what? Destiny Board is actually my number 1. That one is really cool. Yeah, I guess I can see an argument for it, for everyone but Ghost Trick, honestly. This is a good one, I think. I don't know, but I'm now that we were talking about it, I'm curious because I don't know many win conditions. I know the snake guys. What are they called? Not the snake eyes, the snake guys, right? The Venominaga or something like that. Venomenon. This is not even like that. I don't remember the names. But yeah, they were something like that. How to get an instant win condition? Didn't we watch a video 2 weeks ago? Because I remember talking about Venomina in the chat. That was a video about like boss monsters, I think, or towers. It was a video about towers, not about alternative win conditions. Yeah, we watched a video about towers. I don't think there is gonna be like much overlap between towers and alternative win conditions, so we can watch this one. I think we can start with this. I feel like that sounds about right. Yeah. Give me a second, really quick. Give me get something. So that we don't get interrupted, I'm gonna run like a a little ad break. Just 30 seconds, chat. Don't panic. 30 seconds. There it is. There it is. Can I do this on? Can I do the same thing on YouTube? I don't think I can, right? Is there a way to do that? I don't think so. There is no ads on YouTube, right? You don't watch ads during the stream, right? Right? I don't see that. There are things that I can spam, but like that's ads for like myself, not ads like for like unrelated products and stuff. I don't think so. No, it doesn't seem like that. I'm sub, so I don't know. Nice. I need to make a tower deck in Duel Links. Did you make your own model, Pepper? Believe it or not, I don't. I could make one, but this was made like 3 years ago before I knew anything about rigging. I do make models though. Now, let me show you one that I made. I hope. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it really quick. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I don't think I have it anymore. I've been messing around with a lot of models, so I don't think. Wait, let me check. Yeah. Okay, I think this works. Hold on. Don't panic, chat, okay? But this is the mod that I made. I made it with my own hands. I rigged it. Here it is. Do you like it? Do you like my model, chat? I made it. I can just, you know. Yeah, I know it's not the most complex one, but I think it's really nice. I think it's like really like correct, really like appropriate. So yeah. So if I try to make a model, right, I could do it, but this is what I've been focusing on, and this is like my job now. Like doing this is my job now. So yeah, in order to quit my day job, which is making fetuses, I need to make it as a content creator. Yeah, as a YouTuber. So yeah, like and subscribe. Anyways, let me get to my regular model. I need to hide this because otherwise I will be showing models that I'm not supposed to show you. Yeah, I don't think I'm allowed. I don't know what are the rules about that, but I cannot show all models that I made. Yeah. Anyways. There we go. Whoops. I was expecting a Kenji level model, but it beat the expectation. Okay. I'll take it. Anyways, cat, it's time to start. It's time to start. It's time to start. Estrella of South Park, that's so funny. Right. Every time you talk about models, I'm just reminded that I need to suit up soon. You probably should, yes. I mean, you don't have to, right? You can make content without a model. Alright. Top 10 alternative win conditions in Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's watch.
In this video, we'll go over 10 cards that mostly allow you to win the duel due to their card effects.
That's the one that I was talking about.
Outliers. And at number 10, we have Exchange of the Spirit. This card can allow you to win by getting rid of your opponent's deck during your first turn.
Wait, what? If both players have 15 or more cards in their graveyards, pay 1000 LP. Each player swaps the cards in their graveyards with the cards in their deck, then shuffles their deck. You can only activate one Exchange of Spirit per duel. But this is an alternate win condition? Wait, what? How does this work?
Now, the current Exchange of Spirit is a heavily nerfed version of the original, which had the effect that once you had 15 or more cards in your graveyard, You could pay 1,000 life points to swap both players' decks with their graveyards. And if you simply filled up your graveyard with 15 cards and made sure your opponent didn't have any in theirs, it was basically an instant mill. Although they then nerfed the card with an errata that made it so both players had to have 15 or more cards in their graveyards, and they gave the card a hard once per duel clause. Even so, there still is a way to use this card in order to win basically instantly. You see...
Oh, I understand now. Okay, it was an instant win condition, right? Like an alternative win condition. Now it's just a really weird card. But I understand now. Okay. I see.
The average extra deck has 15 cards in it. So if you simply mill your opponent's extra deck to their graveyard, that will give them 15 cards in their graveyards so that you can use this card's effect. So it would just return those 15 cards back to their extra deck, sending your opponent's entire deck to the graveyard in the process. And then you'd be able to win as soon as you pass your turn, or force your opponent to draw a card with something like Dark World Dealings. Now, this is incredibly difficult to accomplish. You basically have to activate the effect of Zaborg the Mega Monarch 2 times in order to accomplish this feat. As what this card does is if this card is tribute summoned, you can destroy one monster on the field. And if the monster you destroyed was light, both players send cards from their extra deck to the graveyard equal to the level/rank of the destroyed monster. So if you simply just target Zaborg himself, that's an 8-card mill from both players' extra decks. So if you do this twice, that's a total of 16 cards you can send, which is one more than needed in order to send your opponent's entire extra deck to the graveyard.
I am surprised that I never seen any of you degenerates in my chat try this in a dual room stream. I am really impressed. Because I'm sure someone like has this deck or something. Because this sounds like the type of thing like I get like every now and then in the streams. In the dueling viewer streams, I get something like this every now and then. So I'm like impressed that none of you have tried it, unless it's like non-consistent. Like I used to play this in 2022. See, that's what I mean. Like that doesn't surprise me at all. I lost that account. I wonder how difficult it will be now. Yeah. Let's see.
In order to activate the effect of Exchange of the Spirit, which requires exactly 15 or more cards. Now, this is kind of a hard to pull off combo and doesn't win you the duel due to the card's effect, but it's pretty close, and there aren't a lot of good instant win effects in the game, so I thought I would highlight this pretty gimmicky combo for the number 10 spot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't count that, to be honest. That's like calling Morphine Jar an alternative win condition. Yeah, I also think that doesn't count. Like, it was probably only included to make it like, to make a top 10 here. Yeah, I don't know.
And at number 9, we have Holactai, the Creator of Light.
Oh, this
card has the effect to instantly win the duel if you're able to summon this card. And the way to summon this card is to tribute the 3 god cards on your side of the field, whose original names are those cards, so you can't cheat it out with things like Phantom of Chaos. And because of how difficult it is to summon these 3 cards, especially the Winged Dragon of Ra, this card was never a very good instant win condition, and fell squarely into gimmicky category. And the reason for that is...
But is this card banned? Or is this like... I know it's like super hard to do. Like really hard and inconsistent. But like, is it like possible that this card exists? And is like legal?
Because the 3 god cards all require 3 tributes in order to be normal summoned. And of the 3, the Winged Dragon of Ra has the limitation on it, which says it cannot be special summoned. So it was possible to cheat out the other 2, but the fact that you had to bring out the Winged Dragon of Ra normally made it way too difficult to actually pull off.
Oh, it's only in Japan? This is not in Master Duel, I guess. I guess this is not in Master Duel. Okay, I see.
That was until they announced new Winged Dragon of Ra support that makes pulling it out a lot easier. More specifically, Ancient Chant, which allows you to search out the Winged Dragon of Ra from your deck and gives you an additional tribute summon that turn, and also Millennium Revelation, which allows you to send a Divine Beast monster from your hand to the graveyard in order to search out a monster reborn from your deck. And it also allows you to send the card to the graveyard in order to give you the ability to special summon the Winged Dragon of Ra from your graveyard with Monster Reborn. So basically, it allows you to send the Winged Dragon of Ra to the graveyard and then special summon it with the card it searches out. And since the other 2 cards can be special summoned in pretty much any other method, having some decent options to actually bring out the hard god card makes it a lot easier to pull off the Creator of Light's effect. which is why it makes his list at the number 9 spot. It's still not super good. There is not a lot of cards that instantly win you the duel that are worth anything.
I feel like this is not that hard anymore. I feel like people could pull it off. I'm sure there is like some degenerate stuff that you can do to do this.
And at number 8, we have Victory Dragon. This card has the effect that if it declares a direct attack and reduces your opponent's life points to 0, you win the match.
The match, not the duel, the match.
Remember, the match is what the best 2 out of 3 is called, where you have to win 2 duels in order to win the match. So if you pull off the effect of Victory Dragon in the first duel, it will automatically win you the next duel, giving you the match, and technically counts as an instant win effect, and definitely counts as an alternative win condition. Now, because of this effect, the card is currently banned, and there's a whole host of illegal cards that share this exact same effect.
This card cannot be used in a duel. Thank you, thank you.
Because technically, it is a strong effect, too strong to really be printed on any monsters other than Victory Dragon, but it's also an incredibly easy effect to circumvent. You see,
yeah, it's like the people that go against this, when they summon this and they know they're gonna lose that turn and they will win the match, you just surrender, right? You just surrender, so there is no match. They don't win the match because they didn't make your life points go to 0. Yeah, that's such a dumb thing.
You can surrender the duel at any point during a match. So if your opponent sets up their board in a way where they can activate the effect of Victory Dragon during the first duel, you can simply just surrender before the attack resolves.
Wouldn't it be funny if like the surrender worked like the card effects? Like you need to activate surrender, but it needs to resolve. It needs to resolve, right? Like it wouldn't work with this, right? But it would be fun if there were rules about when to surrender, right? For things like this. OCG doesn't let you surrender on your opponent's turn. Wait, really? Oh, okay, that actually makes more sense. I like that, I like that, I like that, I like that. Interesting.
And then go into game 2, as its effect never actually goes off if you give up before it has a chance to reduce your life points to 0. So even if it's incredibly easy to get around this card's effect, it's still a lot better than things like Flying Elephant, which is...
What is Flying Elephant? Like, the judge could say no? Probably. I feel, yeah, this was like a inconsistent ruling with the judges, I'm sure. Once per opponent's turn, if this card will be destroyed by their card effect, it is not destroyed. Once per turn, during the end phase, if that effect was applied this turn, apply the following effect. During your next turn, if this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent by a direct attack, you win the duel. Is it? Interesting.
This is why it makes it on this list at one of the lower spots. And at number 7, we have Ghost Trick, Angel of Mischief. This card has the effect to instantly win if it has 10 Xyz materials. This card also has a few effects that allows it to further those goals. It can rank itself on top of any Ghost Trick Xyz monster, as long as it's not another copy of itself. And once per turn, it can attach a Ghost Trick card from your hand to this card as an Xyz material. So if you bring this card on top of any normal Ghost Trick Xyz monster, it will start off with 3 materials. Which means you just have to get a measly 7 more materials in order to instantly win, which is quite difficult. But in 2018, they released this new card called Ghost Trick Renovation, which has a graveyard effect that allows you to rank up any Ghost Trick Xyz monster on top of another one, which would allow you to bring out 1 more Ghost Trick monster before eventually ranking that one up into Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief, starting out with 4 materials of using Ghost Trick Renovation. Which also isn't very good, but also in 2018, an actual good card was released called Number 75, Bamboozling Gossip Shadow, which can be brought out with 2 or more level 3 monsters, and has the effect to just attach itself and all of its Xyz materials to another number monster. And there's this other Xyz monster called Number 69, Heraldry Crest.
No way! No way! This is the one that is banned, right? 69 is banned, right? Right? Please tell me 69 is banned. 69 and 67 are banned?
card has a special ability to change its name to another face-up Xyz monster. So if you simply bring out Bamboozling Gossip Shadow with 4 materials, you can then attach all of them to Heraldry Crest, who will then have a grand total of 8 Xyz materials, since he himself requires 3 level 4 monsters as materials to be brought out. Then you can simply have Heraldry Crest change its name to any other Ghost Trick Xyz monster.
Oh
But
my
you'd have to
god.
bring that card out independently of the first 2 Xyz monsters, which would then allow you to rank up into Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief, directly on top of Heraldry Crest, giving you a grand total of 9 Xyz materials. So you would then just need to add 1 material to this card, either through Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief's effect, or using Ghost Trick Renovation on top of Heraldry Crest and then ranking it up into Angel of Mischief later. Either way, that requires you to get out a grand total of 3 level 4 monsters, 4 level 3 monsters, and a Ghost Trick Xyz monster, which would require a combination of 2 other monsters that need to be brought out on the field. So if you have a way to special summon 9 monsters in one turn, with levels between 3 and 4, you can easily pull off Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief's effect in one turn for an FTK.
That doesn't sound that hard, right? I don't think it's that hard. I feel like Ryseal could do this, right? No, wait, the level 4s. The level 3s? I don't know about level 3s. Level 3s. Hello, Junkmaker. Welcome, welcome. Let's see.
That is to say, this is a very hard to pull off combo, and there's only a handful of combo decks that can actually do it. Using Gateway of the Six is one such way. It just takes an incredibly long time to set up the number of Bushido counters necessary. And at number 6, we have Destiny Board.
Oh, Ryseal locks you into 4s. Well, this one is a 4. But yeah, I guess you're right. Destiny Board. Alright.
This is a continuous trap card which has the effect that during each of your opponent's end phases, you play 1 Spirit Message card from your hand or deck and field in order to spell out the word Final, or spell out the word Death in the OCG. Either case, you're trying to spell out a 5-letter word, and since Destiny Board itself counts as the first letter, and if you use this card during your opponent's end phase, you'll instantly get the second letter, so you really only have to wait an additional 3 turns in order to spell out the word. So just having to wait 3 turns for a card to resolve its effect seems pretty easy. The reason this card never saw any play is because if any of those cards are destroyed, all of the other cards get destroyed as well. It was incredibly easy to stop the instant win effect of Destiny Board that it never saw any competitive play. So they released a couple of support cards over the years to make resolving Destiny Board a little bit easier. The first wave of support was in the form of Dark Sanctuary Field Spell card.
You might not win, but you can spell more than that. Yes, I know.
Which allows you to summon the spirit messages as monsters, who have no stats, cannot be attacked by your opponent, and are unaffected by all card effects. So if you simply summoned all the spirit messages as monsters with Dark Sanctuary, you'd only really have to protect Destiny Board itself instead of all 5 cards, which made using the card a little bit easier, but it would still lose to pretty much any form of spell or trap card removal. Then there was the second wave of Destiny Board support, in which they got 2 new cards, Dark Spirit's Mastery and Sentence of Doom. Dark Spirit's Mastery allows you to actually search out Destiny Board, and it has some recursion, where if you have any Destiny Board or Spirit Messages card in your hand or graveyard, you can banish this card from your graveyard in order to return those cards to your deck, and then draw cards equal to the amount of cards returned. So the way most people play Destiny Board was to only play 1 copy of each of the Spirit Messages in your deck, and if any of them got destroyed or milled, you wouldn't be able to resolve the effect of Destiny Board unless you had some other way to return those cards back to your deck. So Dark Sanctuary's Mastery is actually useful for searching the card out, and has a secondary useful effect to give you a backup plan in case your Destiny Board cards get milled, since you can't actually add them to the field from the graveyard, only from your deck or hand. And then Sentence of Doom allows you to finish putting the cards in the field faster, as this card can send itself to the graveyard in order to add a Spirit Message card from your hand, deck, or graveyard to your spell and trap card zone.
This doesn't sound bad. No one plays this, right? Wait, I think someone brought it to one stream, I think.
And treat it as if it was placed by the effect of Destiny Board. So this card can allow you to win 1 turn faster. That way you'd only have to wait 2 turns in order to get all the cards in the field, rather than 3. Although even with the new support, Destiny Board decks still don't see competitive play,
Dang.
but they are a lot better than they used to be, so I have to give it a higher spot than things like the Creator of Light and Victory Dragon. And at number 5, we have FA Winners.
What?
This is a continuous spell card which has an instant win effect If you're able to inflict battle damage to your opponent with one of your FA monsters, whose current level is 5 or more higher than its original level 3 times, as each time you
What?
inflict battle damage to your opponent with one of your FA monsters, who has 5 levels higher than its original, you get to banish 1 card from your hand, field, or graveyard. And if you manage to banish 3 FA field spell cards with different names with this effect, you instantly win the duel.
Dude, that is so convoluted. What is this? What am I? What that I feel like I'm clearly missing the context of what the deck does, but that sounds like a lot. That sounds like a lot. You need Dark Necrophere to be sent to the graveyard to play Destiny board, bruh. But like this card sounds like so convoluted. I wonder if this is like higher than the other ones. Is this really? Because the Ghost Trick seems like easier to pull than this. I don't know, depends on the deck, I guess.
Now, a few things to note about this card. It has an effect to protect itself from destruction effects, as long as you control an FA monster, which is a lot better than something like Destiny board, which has no inherent protection at all. Also, this card remembers if a card was banished by one of its previous effects. So if this card is removed from the field, the progress isn't reset like in the case of Destiny board.
FAs are like Fortune Ladies, where they play with their levels. It does have a name, so it's better card. Because it does things.
You just have to get out the card again and then keep going for the win condition. Also, the FA archetype is all about increasing their levels naturally, so getting an FA card 5 levels higher than its original is kind of par of the course for playing the deck normally. And the FA archetype has 3 field spell cards. Each one allows you to search out another one of the FA field spell cards when it's destroyed on the field. So the deck naturally encourages the activation requirement of FA winners as well.
So the deck is actually designed to do this. That is the point of this. Interesting.
As normal FA decks like to destroy their own field spell cards to search out their other field spell cards, which they then destroy to search out other ones, and so on and so on. So getting 3 of them with different names in the graveyard or in your field or hand is not that hard. FA winners is what you get when they try to release a game-winning effect for an archetype that kind of can be accomplished by just playing the archetype normally. It's kind of the poster boy for how to do an instant win effect right when incorporating it into an archetype, rather than being an impossible to pull off effect that's just there for fun, like with Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief. Even then, inflicting damage 3 times with a monster during 3 different turns, who has to have 5 or more levels higher than its original, is a little bit of a steep cost for the deck, so they don't really play FA winners. And even then, it is still one of the better alternative win condition cards in the game, to give an idea of how terrible most of them are. And at number 4, we have Jackpot 7. This card has an instant win condition that if 3 copies of this card are sent to the graveyard by an opponent's card effect, where they then banish themselves, you then win the duel. It also has another effect where you can just shuffle this card back into your deck in case you want to go -1 in order to set this card up in your deck for its win condition. You see, this effect is actually not that difficult to pull off in comparison to all the cards I've talked about so far. As long as you simply have 2 cards and a way to give a monster to your opponent, you can pull this card off in a single battle phase. If you simply summon Dark Scorpion Burglars, then give this card to your opponent with something like Xian Spy, or Give and Take, then special summon a whole bunch of tokens with something like Hippo Carnival, you can just crash all these tokens into Dark Burglars and take damage, which will activate its effect, which forces your opponent to send 1 spell card from their deck to the graveyard when it inflicts battle damage. And since this card technically belongs to your opponent, this allows you to send Jackpot 7 from your deck to the graveyard by your opponent's card effect. And doing this 3 times results in an instant win. Now, the only problems with this combo is basically just getting Dark Scorpion Burglars on your opponent's side of the field.
How hard can it be?
And then getting tokens to attack into it. So nowhere near as much setup as most of the other cards on this list so far, and probably only slightly better than FA winners, where at least with this one, you can technically accomplish this combo in 1 turn, rather than over the course of 3 turns of attacking. And at number 3, we have Exodia the Forbidden One, who has the effect to instantly...
I'm gonna flip if the Venominaga thing is like over this.
Win if you have the other 4 pieces of Exodia in your hand. This is an instant win effect that just happens as soon as its conditions are met, so you don't actually need to activate anything, which makes it one of the strongest instant win effects, and in fact is so iconic that other card games name strategies that allow their decks to win in one turn after Exodia.
See, we were talking about it the other day. I said Exodia is the most iconic Yu-Gi-Oh card, and I stand by it. People outside Yu-Gi-Oh know more about Exodia and other cards. I know you're gonna say like, oh no, but the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the Dark Magician. They like only people who know about Yu-Gi-Oh know about those cards. Like, but Exodia is Exodia. I don't make the rules. That's just the truth.
Although in Yu-Gi-Oh, Exodia isn't even the best instant win effect, but that's only because of a whole bunch of other things about the game which kind of makes it that way. You see, Yu-Gi-Oh is heavily balanced around not being able to draw a whole bunch of cards in one turn. If there's ever a deck or strategy that allows you to draw a whole bunch of cards too easily or too consistently, it generally gets those cards involved banned pretty quickly, because then you come into the problem of consistent Exodia decks. And the reason the cards like the Danger Monsters are allowed to exist, even though each one of them allows you to draw a card after they special summon themselves from your hand, is because they randomly discard from the hand as well, which is kind of there in order to prevent Exodia decks from using them. And same with Pot of Desires, it forces you to banish 10 cards from your top of your deck before drawing 2, and it kind of has that cost because of Exodia decks, since if you banish any of the pieces of Exodia by accident, you can't resolve the effect. So generally, if you're playing in Yu-Gi-Oh! In a format which doesn't have a ban list, the winner of the duel will be whoever plays an Exodia deck with all the broken draw cards, and goes first.
My workout coach in high school knew Exodia Obliterate, but didn't know Yu-Gi-Oh! That's so funny. That's so funny.
And if you're playing against an opponent who didn't open up with a copy of Droll Lockbird in their hand. Although, since drawing cards in the game is good for pretty much every other deck as well, it's not just Exodia decks that have all these cards banned or limited. So under the limitations of normal Yu-Gi-Oh!, Exodia decks are generally a hated deck to play against, since they involve just stalling out and drawing a whole bunch of cards. But they have occasionally seen some competitive success in the past despite that. And most instant win effects are named after this card, so it does have to take a high spot on this list. And at number 2, we have Final Countdown. This card has the effect where you have to pay 2,000 life points to use this card. Then, 20 turns after you use this card, you win the duel, counting the turn you activate this card as the first turn. Here's the thing with Final Countdown. There are a lot of cards in the game who are good at stalling out, and generally those cards don't see a lot of play because normal decks don't really care about stalling out, and care a lot more about going into combo plays to actively bring your opponent's life points to 0. So Final Countdown will allow you to win as long as you're able to last 20 turns, which heavily incentivizes all of those stall cards which rarely see play, and gives them a legitimate win condition, which also makes for some incredibly unfun duels, where you're just preventing your opponent from playing the game for 20 turns until you eventually win.
That's fun,
It's
right?
a lot easier to pull off a Final Countdown win than an Exodia win, which is why it easily takes a higher spot on this list, because Final Countdown decks are a legitimate strategy that sees competitive success.
Really? When was the last time that someone playing this plays well? I'm really curious. Like, what makes this card better, I guess, is that you just activate it and, like, there is nothing the opponent can do, right? The win condition is there. You just need to like, stall. Right? Like, they cannot, like, banish a card or destroy something. 2016? Okay, my bad, I guess. Do you think Slash Draw is gonna be the first one? Long time ago, but the Final Countdown does have a few YCS stops. Really? Wow. Yeah, hold on. Oh no, that's Sus message there, so I'm gonna be skeptic. But hello, Baron, welcome. Mystic Mind. Oh wait, Mystic Mind play this? No, right? Interesting.
Especially in a format where there is really good stall cards, like Mystic Mind.
Oh, okay.
As with Exodia decks, you have to draw a whole bunch of cards and stall out while also keeping the Exodia card safe in your hand. Whereas Final Countdown decks just require you to play one card that you don't have to protect, and then you have the rest of your deck dedicated to just preventing your opponent from winning in 20 turns, which can be accomplished with things like a Wabaku, Threatening Roar, Swift Scarecrow, Battle Fader, Electromagnetic Turtle, and so on and
Battle
so on.
Fader,
There's
goat.
tons of good stall cards in the game that are able to prevent an entire battle phase with one card. And there's only one other card in the game that's a little bit better at instantly winning than Final Countdown. And at number 1, we have Last Turn. This card can only be activated during your opponent's turn when your life points are 1,000 or less, where you get to select one monster on your side of the field, then send all other cards on the field in both players' hands to the graveyard. After that, your opponent is allowed to special summon any one monster from their deck in attack position, and then attacks your selected monster. Then whichever player has a monster on their side of the field during the end phase of the turn wins the duel, and all other cases result in a draw. Also, making this one of the few cards in the game that causes a draw with its card effect. Now, the easiest way to cheese this card is to simply use a monster on your side of the field which prevents special summons. As in the past, this card was most commonly used with Jiaojin the Spiritualist, as your opponent wouldn't be able to special summon monsters from the deck, so you would instantly win by just having the only monster on the field during the end phase. And the easiest way people would set this combo up in the past was with normally terrible spell cards like Inspection, which allows you to pay 500 life points during your opponent's standby phase to look at one card in your opponent's hand, and can be used as many times per turn as you wanted before it got an errata, or a Rule Exchange where it can only be used once per turn now. And there's also Wall of Revealing Light, which allows you to pay as much life points as you want to get down to the needed value, granted as long as it's in multiples of 1,000. Getting your life points below 1,000 isn't that difficult. Getting a monster on your side of the field who prevents special summons is also not very difficult. And searching out Last Turn is not very difficult either, especially with new support that's been released since it was banned, in the form of Trap Trick and Lilith, Lady of Lament, who both can search out this card from your deck. This is probably the most successful card that has had an instant win effect in the game.
But wasn't this banned? But now it's legal in Genesis? And now there is actual rulings about it? Now because it was confusing before, right? That's why it was banned, because it like... I don't know, it's like a weird card, I guess. I don't know.
As I'm pretty sure it even won a World Championship event before the card finally got banned. And even better support has been released since then. It probably won't be unbanned anytime soon, unless of course they errata its effect, which easily makes this the best instant win card in the game. Alright, and that's the list. Now, I know Exchange of the Spirit technically doesn't have an alternative win condition, since its win condition is just a mill out in a creative way, but all the other instant win cards are pretty bad, and I didn't really want to put them on a list that said they were part of the best. And
no, but they are, right? But I'm glad that they didn't put that Benominada thing. Makes sense, I guess.
Thought its creative mill kind of fit the idea of the list anyway. So, if you have any other ideas for videos similar to this one, I'd love to hear about them down in the comments. And also, did you know only 34.4% of people who watch these videos are actually subscribed to the channel?
Cool video. What was your favorite, chat? Exodia is just too iconic. I cannot say no to Exodia. Exodia is the one for me. I mean, this one seems really cool, right? The what's it called? Creator of Light. Sounds cool, but like sadly it doesn't exist. But that sounds really cool. Also, I don't know why this is not played more. Like the final cards, like what the Destiny board, seems really fun too. Yeah, I don't know. I also need to know more about the FA winners deck. The FA deck, I'm really curious because this sounds interesting. Sounds very interesting. So yeah, let me know which one's your favorite, or if like one that maybe is not in the list, right? Yeah, thank you. I don't know what happened, Chad. Let's go for another video.
Behold! You may look at this animal and think, wow, a base, disgusting creature.
Sky Striker, Magnet, Warrior, Rise Seal, Mitsurugi, Finsmith, 10 minutes testing. That sounds insane to me, and like already the first frame of this video, insane too. Let's just watch.
Behold! You may look at this animal and think, wow, a base, disgusting creature. But in fact, this disgusting creature is more based than base. He's got 15 tops under his belt, and would have more but for the body odor policy. His secret? Slop.
Oh yeah, we love slop engines. We love them.
Good afternoon. Jake
Hello,
enthusiasts.
Moxie. Welcome, welcome.
I'm MBT, and this is 10-Minute Testing. In case you didn't know, I have a Patreon, and every month my patrons get together and brainstorm new and exciting ways to make my life miserable. This month they picked everything. Presenting as many engines as we could find topping at once, Sky Striker, Fiendsmith, Ryziel, Mitsurugi, Magnet Warrior. So here's the list. It's a real one that topped. Austin Wheeler's top 8 list from the Des Moines Regional. As always,
Well,
I'll give you a background about the archetype, a little bit of a discussion about what I hope the deck can do, and of course, the card by card. But first, this video is sponsored by Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro Deck. Despite what some Yu-Gi-Tubers who shall not be named
I
would
wonder
have you
who is he
believe, the
talking
TCG
about.
is alive and well. And if you're looking to start your journey into paper, there's no better place to begin than Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro Deck. With up-to-the-minute reporting on every major tournament worldwide,
Hello,
searchable and
Whispering, welcome,
interactable
welcome.
pie charts and deck lists, and all the bells and whistles you've come to expect from one of the best draft and collection management sites on the net, Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro Deck is the place to be. Check it out today at www.yugiohprodeck.com. Now back to the video. With that, let's slide into the slop. Sky Striker, Fiendsmith, Ryziel, Mitsurugi, Magnet Warrior is one more in a series of a re-emerging trend in Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck
hi,
building.
Laser. Welcome,
Back in
welcome.
2016, right at the release of Grass, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Player base collectively entered a fever dream and just started jamming as many engines into their decks as possible. This brief period of engine slop has reared its ugly head a few times since then, but recently it looks as if it's here to stay. If you've been on the site formerly known as Twitter and safely dodged the Nazis and child pornography, you've probably seen pro players
fuck?
trotting out a new 60-card monstrosity every few days. Yummy Slop, Mitsu Slop, Canine Slop. These decks defy classification because often they're playing like 6 different engines. How do you meaningfully distinguish between Yummy Fiendsmith Sky Striker Mitsurugi Nouvelle and Yummy Fiendsmith Mitsurugi Nouvelle Ryziel? Such is the task before us today. Austin Yu-Gi-Oh's already given a detailed breakdown of their deck
mention?
on their own channel, and there's a link to that in the description, but the short of it is most of these engines, through Camellius, through Duo Drive, through Exciton, can get to the others. The end result is a deck with a ceiling like you wouldn't believe, with a similar percentage of Garnet's engine and non-engine as a 40-card deck, even though the numbers are way different. So with that, let's get into the card by card. We'll begin with our Magnet Warriors, 3+-, 2 Sigma-, 1
Novel
Omega+,
such
1
as Mitsu?
Sigma+,
So
1
true.
Delusion, 1 Epsilon, and triple Beta. A
That's
quick
it?
detour
How?
for some Ryziels, 1 Ext, 2 Ice, and 1 Sword. We are on both Ray and Rose for 0 reasons, triple Duo Terion, then a Fabled Lurie, a Lacrima, and double Fiendsmith Engraver. We are on a Saji, a Murakumo, a Habakiri, and then a whole bunch of hand traps. 2 Ghost Mourner, 2 Nibiru, triple Ash Blossom, triple Fulos, triple Perulia. For spells, we're on 3 Magna Bonding, a Bonfire, a Ryziel Cross, triple Mitsurugi Prayers, a Ritual, a Mirror, and double Pre-Preparation of Rites. Guess how many times we drew Mirror in testing? 1 Tracked, 1 Mecha Hornet Drones, 1 Mobilize Engage, double Forbidden Droplet, and double Infinite Impermanence in the extra. We've got 0, which explains the Ray and the Rose, a Camellia, a Kagari, Sequence and Requiem, and then Mirror Logic Aggregator, Evil Swarm Exciton Knight to get into Requiem, Gallant Granite, Ryziel Duo Drive, Ryziel Detonator, DDD Wave High King Caesar, Lacrima, Necroquip, Flux Ocean Field, and Conduction Warrior Plasma Magnum. In the side, we have the entire Nat Beast line. Austin actually explained on his channel that he boarded into it going first, but understood it was so bad going second it really wasn't worth putting in the main here, the researcher as well. Santa Claus and Drone Lockbird, the third Nibiru, triple Raigeki, double Infernal Punisher. No, you are not watching deck swap. This is really in the list. Triple Tactics Talents, Crossout Designator, Called by the Grave, and a Valen. So with that, let's hop into some games. Our first match is up against Malice,
Okay, I
which
need. Okay,
became
okay. I'm not.
a really rough
I'm
match.
sorry. I know I'm not talking that much. This is probably not gonna be uploaded, or I don't know. Maybe. I'm just like fascinated by this. I just need to know. And then we got a GX anime cards that I didn't expect to be printed. Yeah. The guys, right? The guys, like firefighter. It's like a firefighter or something. And there is also. Wait, what was the other one? I don't remember, but yeah, like the hero cards. Yes, hero cards. Oh yeah, Clayman, the Clay Guardian. Yeah. Let's see.
Position. I have to choose between a deck I wish was dead and a deck that probably shouldn't exist. We are going first. We're going to begin with a copy of Pre-Preparation of Rites, which will fetch a Ghost Spell from our opponent's hand. We'll follow it up with a Duo Terion to get a copy of Magnet Bonding. Hands All Gas will go for minus here to summon a copy of Conduction Warrior Plasma Magnum, activate its effect into an infinite impermanence. We can keep going. We'll bid in 2 to get our copy of plus minus onto our side of the field, then we'll use the Sigma to bring back this copy of Electromagnet Warrior Beta. We will grab an Epsilon to hand, then normal summon the Epsilon, activate its effect to set a copy of Beta, eat the Impulse, and then afterwards we will just go ahead and activate the Omega Plus and perform a fusion summon courtesy of Magnet Bonding. That will get us a Flux Ashenfeld, which allows us to reborn a monster from the graveyard. We will pick a 4-star so we can activate the effect of Sigma Minus, send a card to the yard, and make Duo Drive.
Oh, no.
All right. Let's grab a copy of Sword and a copy of Cross. We will link off for a Camellia, send a copy of Hornet Drones to the graveyard, grab it back with Kagari, activate Hornet Drones, and now it's 0 time. 0 can tag out for both a Ray and a Rose, 2 4s, which means we can also overlay for a copy of Exciton Knight and then make a Requiem off of that.
What?
Requiem will summon from deck a Lacrima, who will send a Fiendsmith to the yard. We'll activate the graveyard effect of the Requiem, targeting the Lacrima in order to make a Necroquip Princess, which means we get to insulate the remainder of our combo against our opponent special summoning anything. We'll summon out a Sword Ryziel, activate the effect for an Extra Ryziel. We'll use the effect of the Extra Ryziel, sending a Mirror Logic, then go cross into Detonator, equip this Mirror Logic Aggregator, summon back the Delusion, and pass back to our opponent.
There's no way. That's the end board. Where's Mitsurugi?
They're going to begin with a copy of Chessy Cat. They'll activate the Chessy Cat effect. We'll activate Delusion. That will send it. They do get the cycle. They'll summon back this copy of White Rabbit into our DDD Wave High King Caesar, followed up with the Terraforming, to grab a copy of the Field Spell Mouse and Underground. I let this go because really no reason not to. The Dormouse comes out. We'll activate...
It just was released like not long ago, right? I feel like it was like last month that it was released on the TCG, and it was released in the latest, not the latest, the second to latest back in masterduel.
Illusion here. We'll summon back the Sigma Plus and the Sigma Minus. They will go for Dormouse. We will negate it with Cross. They'll go for Link Disciple and Wizard. We'll negate it with DDD Wave High King Caesar, and they'll scoop it up. So that's how that performs on the play. But what does it do on the draw? Well, for game 2, our opponent's on Branded Dracotail, and well, we've opened Ghost Mourner twice. Okay, well, that's going to have to do it. They're going to begin with a copy of Branded Fusion. They'll summon out an Albion. We can negate that with our Ghost Mourner, but it may not be enough. They get to trigger the effect of the Fricks for a Rahu Dracotail, and then, of course, afterwards, they can go for Blazing Cartesia the Virtuous using its fusion effect in order to make a copy of Secretarion. Lucius triggers here as well to get a copy of Ketu, and then Secretarion triggers, targeting 2, in order to summon out the Lucius and shuffle the Walbaz back. They will grab a Phimina off the Lucius and then activate the effect of the Rahu for an Arthalion, trigger the effect of Arthalion CL1, Phimena CL2, Urgula CL3, set a copy of Flame, and set a copy of Sting. From here, they'll refill the hand, then go Ketu in order to grab a Pawn. They'll go Phimena
Oh my god, dude.
What
am I watching?
To set a Horn, and the Urgula in order to cycle back the Phimena. This is probably going to end the game. Finally, in end step, they will activate the effect of the Arthalion to set the Fallen of the Virtuous, and even get back the Ecclesia. So we're going to begin with a copy of Mitsurugi Prayers. That will grab us a Habakiri. We'll activate Habakiri into Ash Blossom. Miserable. Okay, well, we can go for Fiendsmith's Tract into Flame, right? Yeah, okay, well, one last thing we can do here. Let's summon out this plus minus. We'll activate our graveyard effects here in order to summon back Beta. We'll trigger the effect of the Beta in order to grab a copy of Sigma Minus. We'll activate the Sigma Minus in order to fusion summon a Plasma Magnum, then activate its effect in order to grab Bonding. We'll go for the Bonding here, and that's going to enable us to get the Epsilon to our grip. We'll trigger the effect of the Conduction Warrior plus Magnum. They're going to go for Sting, chain it with Gulamel. Down goes my guy, and they get a draw. We can normally Epsilon.
I just realized this video have no music,
we'll
right?
Special out the Sigma Minus into a Fallen and the Virtuous to remove the Epsilon.
Hello, Simon. Welcome.
Well, we can at least go Camellia in order to send a Hornet Drones. We'll go
Watching
Kagari to add it back.
videos. I'm just curious about the Sky Striker, Magnet Warrior, Ryziel, Mitsurugi, Fiendsmith deck.
In order to bounce our Kagari, which means that we won't be able to get where we need to. We can try for the Ghost Mourner, but with the Cartesia on field, there's just nothing we can do about it. Okay, well, let's Hornet Drones regardless. We'll scoop it up, and at least we got to look at the token for 2 or 3 seconds. So it's time for game 3, and you know what that means.
The Sky Striker, Magnet Warrior, Ryziel, Mitsurugi, Fiendsmith deck.
40 card, Yummy. You disgust me. Let me show you the strength of slop. They're going to begin with a copy of Hornet Drones. They will summon a token to their side of the field and make a Kagari effect in order to add the Hornet Drones back, and then activate the Hornet Drones in order to get a token before committing to Cupsy. Cupsy is going to activate here. I'll Ash Blossom, and then afterwards they'll just go ahead and synchro summon a copy
just a lot of talking videos. Most comment creators actually don't use background music.
Snatchy, sending a Mignon. Mignon can bring back the discarded Marshmallow, and then afterwards they can just go ahead and synchro summon a Lolipo. They'll perform the Soul Charge and then make Reprodokus, Calling Fiend. Okay, we're not letting that happen. Nibiru time, buddy. We're going to set everything to the yard. They will tag out to bring back the Marshmallow and the Snatchy before everything goes, but any Yummy deck at this point can play through this. They'll go for Link Spider into Cookie Yummy. They will, oh no, impact my Nibiru before going for Lollipo, shuffling, and making a Cookie Yummy way, a Linkaribo, setting 1 and passing with a Veiler in hand. We'll draw for turn. That's a pretty good one. We're going to begin with a copy of Tract. They will Cookie Yummy way out a Lollipo and a Cupsy Yummy way, which means at a point of resolution, when we discard the Lurry, they'll be able to get rid of it with the Lollipo. That's frustrating. Okay, we can go for Prayers here. They will chain the effect of their Synchro to get back Cupsy Yummy and Snatchy. We will add a copy of Habakiri to hand. They will Cupsy Yummy and Snatchy in order to get Query back and draw a card. We will go for our good friend, Mr. Mitsurugi, into Saji, dodging those 2 Veilers, thankfully, and then Ritual in order to perform a Ritual Summon. Our opponent's going to chain Yummy Snatchy for Lollipo as we go for an Amino Murakumo. We'll activate its effect and the effect of Habakiri. They'll activate the effect of Query and the effect of Yummy Way. We'll activate the effect of Amino Murakumo. They'll activate the effect of their Synchro and the effect of Effect Veiler to prevent me from going off. Everything to the yard. We do, thankfully, get our search at least. Okay, we'll go for Magnet Bonding. From here, we can go ahead and grab plus minus. We'll send a couple to the yard, and then afterwards we can use the effect of our Graveyard effect in order to go into Epsilon into a Mega. They will Infinite Impermanence the Epsilon, but hey, that's still a 4, baby. All right, they'll go Snatchy here in order to perform a Synchro Summon. Here, Cookie. They're going to book both the plus minus and the Epsilon, but we can normal summon the Beta in order to grab a copy of Sigma minus. Well, Sigma minus, and what do you know, you can fuse with face down monsters, so down comes Conduction Warrior Plasma Magnum. That eats an Effect Veiler, which is irritating, but we can go to the battle phase and clean everything up. We'll do just that, and then of course proceed to main phase 2, at which point we can use Omega Plus in order to cycle out, set 1 card, and pass back to our opponent. They draw Nibiru. Oh, thank God. Sometimes winning a game is about outgassing your opponent. Well, call me the Diarrhea Duelist because I'm loaded up for game 2. Our opponent's going first once again, and they are going to begin with a copy of Marshmallow. They will chain the effect of Hornet Drones to get a token to their side.
I'm scared of this. I don't know what to tell you, Chad.
Foolos. They'll go into Snatchy, activate the effect, and set a copy of a Query before passing. Boy, I love that card. Hey, look, it's Mirror. We're going to go for Raigeki here. Afterwards, they will activate the effect of a Query to summon a Cupsy from deck. Let's trigger the effect of the Cupsy in order to grab Surprise, but we should be able to put them in a losing position right now. We'll go Extra Ryziel for Sword. Special out the Sword like it's 2024. Grab a copy of Ice, overlay for a Duo Drive, and activate its effect in order to grab what we're missing. From here, we'll activate Ryziel Cross, and we'll go for an Ice Ryziel. Normal summon an Ice Ryziel for a Detonator, activating its effect to re-equip this copy of Mirror Logic Aggregator. We're going to draw a card here, and it is a Duotarion. That is not a bad rip. Okay, Magnet Bonding afterwards. That's going to be met with Dominus Purge, which unfortunately we can't negate, but we can go for the Mitsurugi Prayers in order to grab a Habakiri. Habakiri here is going to activate, sending this copy of Saji to the yard, and then triggering the effect of the Saji in order to grab a copy of Mitsurugi Prayers. We already have the Ritual spell in hand here.
Yeah, I also
so we can summon out the Murakumo. We'll
like turn my brain off.
Get in for 3, 25, and 32. Wow. So we're back with the deck, and oh boy, this is too much gas. I feel like Kanye. Let's do the pros and cons. First, the pros. 1, you got a lot of options. I mean, if you get to them is one story, but you've got them. 2, the Garnet ratios actually aren't that bad. It feels good to kind of have a get-out-of-jail-free card on play sets of cards as well, since you have such a diminished chance to see multiples. And 3, post-board, your ability to target an end board skyrockets. It's actually so incredible to pivot into a known 100% win rate setup. And the cons. 1, boy, you can't beat Foolos. 2, it's much less likely you'll find the cards that let you beat Foolos. Ash, Called, Crossout. I mean, these get much less likely in 60. And 3, you can really get lost in the sauce on this. Often I'm just spinning wheels, hoping to get to an end board that I haven't even planned out. All in all, man, we got to get a new set. People are getting crazy out here. So that's that. Thanks so much for watching. This entire ordeal wouldn't be possible without the consistent funding I get from my patrons, some of whom have paid a lot of money for me to say their name at the end of the video. So here's me doing that.
All right. Let's go for this one. All right. How Pegasus player killers were censored or changed. I just recently watched okay, let's start again. Let's start again. Sweet. So yeah, we're talking about the anime. Hold on, let me turn the lights on. Woo! All right. Let's just go right into it. how Pegasus players killers were censored or changed. Recently, I rewatched Duelist Kingdom after, I don't know, like over 20 years probably. Just like a few days ago, I rewatched it. I made a post on the community thing, and like I watched it dub, and then people were telling me like, oh no, actually it's very different. So like there is a lot of things that were censored, and there are clear things that were censored, like the pointing finger gun and some flashbacks, right? That you can immediately tell that they were censored. So I'm curious about this because I never thought about these characters that much. Let's see.
When you think of iconic groups in the original Yu-Gi-Oh!, the Rare Hunters has to be at the top of that list.
100%.
But another really notable group that I feel gets overlooked quite often are the player killers or eliminators in the English dub, the hitmen, if you will, that Pegasus hired in order to take down Yugi and friends and just steal star chips from random people on the island as well. Those player killers consist of Panic, the Paradox Brothers, and either the Impersonator of Death if you're watching the anime, or the Ventriloquist of Death if you're reading the manga.
What? I literally never heard of this. What is this? Hold on. What is this? Jesus. So Ghost Kaiba wasn't Ghost Kaiba in there? This is a completely different character. Huh.
Yes, there's actually two different characters based on whatever adaptation you are watching or reading of Duelist Kingdom. In this video, I am going to highlight all of the censorships and major changes around these characters from the original manga to the Japanese version, as well as any notable differences from the Japanese version to the English dub of the anime. Without further ado, I hope you all enjoy.
They have guns?
So the first player killer that we see is the Impersonator of Death. Now, if you've never read the original Yu-Gi-Oh manga, you probably don't realize that this character is actually an anime-exclusive character.
Yeah, I had no idea.
You see, in the manga, the character that duels Yugi at this point in the story is known as the Ventriloquist.
What is bro wearing in his face?
Of the Dead, a man who duels Yugi using a puppet of Seto Kaiba. The whole point of this duel in both versions is to allow Kaiba to get back into the storyline, and it's important to note that in the original manga, Kaiba was in a coma up until this duel. He actually wakes up from the coma that was inflicted on him by Yami Yugi in Death T in the middle of this duel, which stops one of the Blue Eyes White Dragon's attacks from destroying Yugi and defeating Yugi, which is something that we similarly see play out in the anime, but in the anime, Kaiba like hacks into the duel, and it's done totally differently. Also, the scene of the finger guns and Kaiba deflecting bullets off his briefcase only happens in the anime, as again, in the manga, he is in a coma during this point of the story. In the manga...
You know, I thought like there were gonna be differences between the 4Kids version and the actual version of the anime. I didn't think the manga will be that different. Yami Yugi destroyed Kaiba's mind into pieces in the manga. Oh wow. The manga is definitely something else. Well, okay, and now I'm regretting it. Now I'm thinking, oh, maybe I should read the manga. Maybe I should do that. I wonder why they cut the coma story beat. I really like that better. I wonder like what they were trying to do, because that's like the I don't know. I'm sure like it has to do with other changes, right? To make it consistent with something, maybe. I don't know. Who knows?
After Yugi wins this duel, he inflicts a penalty game on the Ventriloquist, which changes the puppet of Kaiba to a puppet that resembles the Ventriloquist himself, and instructs the puppet to attack and potentially kill the ventriloquist. Obviously, this is an illusion, but to the ventriloquist himself, this is very real, and he has to live out potentially the rest of his days or a short time before he goes crazy from madness with a puppet resembling himself trying to attack and kill him.
Okay, I feel like that was a little too much. What is Kaiba wearing? What is Kaiba wearing? What is this? Oh no. Wow. I guess that's why they changed it. I mean, they didn't have to change everything just because of that part. They probably thought it was too dark for children. I don't think so. My guess is that they cut the coma story since Kaiba wasn't presented as a psychopath like in the manga. That makes more sense. Because in the manga there were a lot of dark adult themes. Adult. I don't know about that one, but let's see.
Which is pretty insane. In the anime, after Yugi defeats the impersonator of death, he inflicts a penalty game on the impersonator, and we never see this character show up again. There's not really too many notable changes in the English dub. The only thing I wanted to say was that the impersonator of death was not named in the English dub. This character, I'm pretty sure, is a completely unnamed character in the dub, which, given that the role this character plays, I don't think is that wrong. The next eliminator, and probably the most well-known eliminator, is just known as the Player Killer of Darkness, or Panic in the English dub, with a capital K for some reason. So the way the duel between him and Mai starts, basically the introduction to his character, is actually vastly different in the anime compared to the manga. In the anime, we all remember Mai leaving the group and pondering life while looking out on the ocean. It's at this point that Panic grabs her, she screams, and the group hears her and runs to the sound of her scream, and in that time, Panic defeats her in a duel. Well, in the manga, they actually removed a very romantic scene between Yugi and Taya, so I apologize to all the Yugi and Taya shippers out there that this scene did not make the anime. And when I say very romantic for Yu-Gi-Oh standards. Yugi and Taya are actually alone on a cliff away from the group, and at one
I didn't know this was a thing. I thought like people were just making things up in their heads. I didn't know it was like that.
point, Taya and Yugi actually end up holding hands. At this point, though, back at the main camp, Panic opens the tent that Mai is staying in and grabs Mai, removing her from the tent and forcing her into a duel. Mai loses the duel in both the manga and the anime, and then the duel between Yugi commences. Now, the penalty game is a big difference here between the manga and the anime. In the anime, we all remember Yugi's legs getting chained and the fire blowing right next to him, really just to try to scare and intimidate him, although it's clear at the end of this duel that Panic was trying to burn him alive. Well, in the manga, Panic ends up taking a rope, ties it around Yami Yugi's neck, and says he will choke Yami Yugi.
Excuse me? Oh, wow. Okay, so, like, I understand now. They were actual player killers. Like, not eliminators. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I see. He's Panic with a K because they needed to justify the PK in his design. Okay.
Yugi to death as soon as he loses the duel. Certainly more brutal and barbaric than just burning a man alive by fire, although both fates are pretty brutal, if I'm going to be honest with you. Thanks to this penalty game in the manga, when Yami Yugi defeats Panic, instead of giving him a mind crush like he does in the anime, he inflicts the same sort of feeling that he would have had to go through had he lost the duel. He basically tricks the player killer into thinking that he is being hung, and the imagery that we see is actually pretty disturbing in the manga. I have no idea if Panic actually survives this or not in the manga, as just like the player killer before him, we really never see or hear from this character again. But it's certainly a pretty brutal duel, regardless of which version you're watching or reading. In the English dub, Panic's soul is sent to the Shadow Realm due to the Mind Crush, which is one of the only notable differences here, because in the English dub, all the flames, the chaining of the legs, all of that is actually kept in this duel, which I definitely commend them for. Last and certainly...
Interesting. So it was just like different from the manga, not between versions for the dub and sub. Honestly, not what I was expecting from this video. I thought like we were gonna be here like talking about about 4Kids. Interesting. Yeah, Kazuki wasn't holding back in the original manga, especially early on. I thought like they stopped that like before Duelist Kingdom. I didn't know we still had those things in Duelist Kingdom. I'm learning a lot right now.
In this case least are the Paradox brothers. After reading the duel in the manga, rewatching it subbed for the umpteenth time, and rewatching it dubbed, I can tell you there are really no notable censorships in this duel. The whole concept of losing this duel is wandering an endless maze forever, which is a concept in of itself that the dub certainly did not feel was dark enough, where they had to do some wild writing in order to censor it. And basically what plays out in the manga in terms of the backstories of these brothers and the punishment game that will happen to the loser of this duel is identical as to what you see in the anime. The only notable thing I want to mention is that the rhyming sequence that is so associated with these characters is a dub only thing. That does not exist in the manga.
Why? I knew someone told me this, but like why? Why did they do that if there wasn't there? Like what was the point of it?
And it does not exist in the original subbed version. But unfortunately, there's really no major changes with this duel and with these two characters.
It's funny.
That's worth mentioning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. How Pegasus's Eliminators were censored in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters anime. I've done a video like this for Marek's Rare Hunters and for the Doma Boys, so if you're interested in those, please check them out. If you like this series, let me know some other groups or even individual characters that you would like to see me break down when it comes to censorship and changes made between the original manga, the Japanese version, and the English dub. Thank you all so much for watching. If I missed anything, please let me know down below. I'll talk to you in the comments, and I hope you have an amazing day. Take care, guys.
Very cool video. I didn't know about this. Well,
when it comes to anything, please.
We're definitely gonna watch the other ones when I'm done rewatching Battle City. We're gonna watch the one about the Rare Hunters. Probably next week, I think. I think we're going like pretty fast with that. But yeah, I don't remember like thinking like ever like having like these characters. I knew because I like Panic because of I remember Panic because of how the game works in the anime, basically. Like how it's like the rules are different. Like oh yeah, the what's it called? The Swords of Revealing Light, and that didn't make any sense. Like how that thing fell in like on top of the other monsters, and that's why I remember that. And you know the Paradox brothers because of the I guess the Gate Guardian is kind of iconic, and they also show up in GX. That's what I kind of remember. I had no memory recollection of this guy. Like I remember Ghost Kaiba, but I don't remember this guy. So, and I had even less of an idea of like the original version that was like a ventriloquist. What? Yeah, no idea about this. And also I didn't know about the Kaiba being in a coma. None of that. So it's cool. Like I want more videos like this. I want to watch more videos like this. Well, hopefully I'm gonna be done with rewatching this Duelist Kingdom. Not Duelist Kingdom, I mean Duel Monster. So that I can get into more videos like this. So yeah, thank you for recommending it. Very awesome. We have been lied to. I have those links suggesting the last What's my interest? Pepper, catapult turtle. You submitted more things. I know you submitted a lot, and I just chose like a few of them, like this one, for example. I cannot go into everything, sadly, but we will get to the other ones in the future. Don't worry, don't worry. I saw that, yeah, you recommended the other ones. We'll get there. We will get there. In the meantime, 15 minutes. Okay. Give me, wait. Oh, I see. Ooh, oh no. Yeah, Zero Kaiba in the manga was in a coma after Yugi defeated him in Death E. Let me get. Oh my god. I need to pee really quick, and I'll be back. Give me a minute, chat. I'm gonna play background music. All right, I'll be back really quick. I'm back. Wait, I didn't click on the thing? Dang, sorry. Oh no, I did. Okay. Let's go into the next one. Really quick. Wait. Okay. Alright. Let's watch this one. What are the shortest duels in Yu-Gi-Oh? 2 turns or less? Let's watch.
Hello, everyone. It's Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything,
Oops.
and welcome back to another Yu-Gi-Oh! Video. So we have looked at a lot of really eccentric top 10 lists, whether it's the longest duels ever based on turns, longest duels ever based on episodes, most losses a single character has, yada, yada, yada. And in today's video, we are going to be looking at the shortest turn-based Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels throughout the entire Yu-Gi-Oh! History.
I feel like people think about the Sartorius one, but the Sartorius one, I'm pretty sure it was 2 turns, right? It was a turn 0 to him, like he won without having a turn, right? He said like, oh, I'm gonna win before my turn, right? But technically there were 2 turns from the other guy. So I feel like this is this is not gonna be like, is this a top 10? I don't remember. Like if this is a top 10, it's not gonna be number 1, right? Because I'm pretty sure there is actual turn, like 1 turn duels. Yeah. This human, the thumbnail. Yeah, I see him.
Now, for this video, we are only going to be looking at the Master Duel shows. So normally I do include 7s and Go Rush, but for this particular video, we are only looking at Duel Monsters through Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. And there's a couple of criteria that I want to go over before we get into the video. So every duel that we are going to be going over in today's video was 2 turns or less. To be eligible for this video, we had to have seen every single move
from every single turn. So we can't cut to a duel that's midway through that clearly is in its second turn and then count that as part of the list. We have to see every single move on screen for a duel to be eligible for this list. And I mean, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the only criteria that we are looking for. Thank you all for tuning in, and I hope you all enjoy. Shout out to Fender Bullet and Aki Dream for helping me with the data compilation and for the data breakdown for this video. Starting with Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains, we're actually going to work our way backwards through the spin-off shows because, again, all of these but one duel are going to be two-turn duels, and that is Playmaker versus Prototype A.
Ooh.
So while this duel was going on, we also had Blue Angel taking on Prototype Duelist B. That duel only took 3 turns. This duel takes 2 turns, the one that Playmaker is in. Prototype A sets a pretty underwhelming board. Playmaker then goes into Vector Scare Archfiend. I think this is the only time he ever Link summoned and used this monster. I might be wrong about that. And gets the win in a very short 2-turn duel. The duel is very forgettable, and I feel like actually a lot of the duels on this list are going to be very forgettable because they are so short, and we are certainly not done with Playmaker triumphant duels against horrible opponents. Up next, we have Playmaker versus Ken Mochi and Playmaker versus Yorizaka. Now, both of these are 2 separate duels taking place while Soulburner is dueling against Blood Shepherd. So these are the B plots of the 2 episodes for sure.
These are not even real
duels. Both of the Go Soul Tech Bounty Hunters make some Goki monsters. Playmaker then summons his ace monsters and beats over them. The Yorozaka duel is cool because Playmaker summons Firewall Dragon, and this is one of the last times, I think it's actually the second last time, sadly, that we see Playmaker use Firewall Dragon. So that's a pretty cool side note when it comes to this duel. But these 2 duels are super forgettable. But because we see every single move that was made in the duels, they are eligible, and they are some of the quickest duels that we have ever seen in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. Our final 2-turn Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains duel is actually a master duel, not a speed duel like the...
I didn't know this duel was only 2 turns. I only seen the scene, right, when they both break. I've seen that scene, and I think it's really funny. But I actually haven't watched the full thing. But I guess we know now.
And that is Brave Max versus the generic Knight of Hanoi. So I would actually argue that this is one of the better duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. Maybe I just rate it a lot higher than most people. And the reason I love this duel is because it is so realistic. Both duelists actually brick, and they do their best to try to make some sort of board. The Knight of Hanoi goes first, and he reduces his life points to 1,000 in order to get a really strong monster onto the field. Then we see Brave Max summon Cyber's Wizard, which is kind of weird because we obviously associate that monster with Playmaker. Cyber's Wizard switches the Knight of Hanoi's monster into defense position and then has a piercing effect that allows him to finish off the Knight of Hanoi. It is a very quick duel, but I feel like this is one of the more memorable ones on the list, purely because it is hilarious and quite realistic as well. We have 2 duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 that lasted 2 turns, and that is Yugo versus Apollo and Kaito versus Diane. I know I'm kind of combining duels. We did this with Playmaker and the Bounty Hunters in this video, but I feel like when these kind of duels happen, it's okay to combine them. These 2 duels happen in the same episode, thankfully. That's the only positive about these duels. And I really have no idea why these 2 duels happened. I mean, this is filler 101, but when you're at the end of a show, I feel like there could have been so much better time spent than having Kaito and Yugo just smack these 2 characters that debut in this episode and literally are never mentioned and never appear again. Apollo and Diane use very similar...
I don't know, I feel like this is a type of duels that shouldn't count for these videos because those are like nothing duels, right? But where would we draw the line? I guess.
decks where they get their ace monster onto the field and then they negate Kaito and Yugo's ace monsters respectively. Kaito and Yugo, in response to their main ace monsters being negated, just summon more powerful versions of their ace monsters and absolutely smack the protectors of Ruri and Rin, the Sun Tower and the Moon Tower. This is honestly a really weird episode. It's a really weird two duels, and Kaito and Yugo, I guess if you like seeing them smack people, this is a pretty
like
fun two duels to watch. But otherwise,
I draw a line in
it's very
off-screen
forgettable,
duels.
and they're
so
two
true.
of the shortest duels in Yu-Gi-Oh history. Moving on to Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, we have Dawn 1000 versus Misael, which also lasted 2 turns. This is one of the better ones on the list, in my opinion. I think this is such a shocking set of circumstances, not because it was a very short duel, but because Misael was going for the mutual destruction before Dawn 1000 used an absolutely OP ability that he has outside of dueling and changed the card that Misael used. So instead of both duelists receiving 4,800 effect points and damage, Misael was the only one who received those points, and Dawn 1000 got a really insane win.
Yeah, that's literally cheating.
Super quick, obviously
That's
one of the
cheating.
quickest in the franchise, but it's definitely one of the more memorable ones because of the circumstances, in my opinion, than some of the other ones on this list. Another Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal duel that lasted 2 turns is Yuma versus Roku, the first round. Now, I know when they had their rematch, I believe it only lasted 2 turns as well, but again, because we are only looking at duels where we see every single move, that duel is not eligible. This is the infamous statue duel, and Roku uses his Blue Eyes statues to wipe Yuma off the face of the earth. Not literally, of course, just in the weird realm that Roku brought them to. I don't know. You guys know how I feel about this episode. It's a very, very weird one with, I believe, massive implications from a timeline and possibly multiverse perspective. But just looking at the duel, it's a quick one. It's a fun one because there's legacy monsters, but that's about it. We have a duel that lasted only 2 turns in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, and that is Crow versus Sector Security. This is actually Crow's debut duel, funny enough, and it is the only duel in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds that lasted exactly 2 turns. The Sector Security summons a monster, sets a back row of 3,
A
and,
main character without
by
eyes.
Black Wings, Crow absolutely breaks through his defenses, gets one of his monsters to, I believe, 5,000 attack, and destroys the Sector Security guard, as you would expect. He makes kind of a weird, evil smile, and of course, there are rumors that maybe Crow was supposed to be a more evil, villainous character in 5Ds before Blackwing sold well, and there had to be a lot of plot storyline changes.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
I've always remembered this duel for that kind of weird, almost villain-like smile he makes at the end of it, but you know, obviously it didn't really turn out to be much. But this one is one of the shorter duels in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, here's where things get interesting. We have 2 duels left that were 2 turns or less, and this is one from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. This is Sayu versus Prince Ojin, and I'm sure there's a few of you guys saying, wait, hold on. This is the 0-turn kill duel. Shouldn't this be the shortest duel in Yu-Gi-Oh! Ever based on turns? And I don't really know how to rate this because Prince Ojin does get 2 turns in this duel. Now, Sayu gets absolutely no turns. So yes, this is a 0-turn kill from Sayu's perspective. He literally does not have a single turn and defeats Ojin in one of the craziest duel circumstances ever. But Prince Ojin does have 2 different turns, and so technically, wouldn't this make it a 2-turn duel with a 0-turn kill from one duelist? I don't.
Crow was originally going to be villain, but people like him too much. I feel like we just heard Mr. Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything here saying that is a theory, right? That is not a thing. And some people like to spread that information as if it's like truth, right? And I don't think that's how, you know, not just anime production, but like media production in general works, right? I think that's a really weird thing to assume. Like, I'm not saying that it's impossible. Like, I guess it could happen. I guess it is there is a non-zero chance that actually happened, but I really doubt it. I really, really doubt it. When I had my WhatsApp open the whole time, hold on. Sorry about that. So yeah, I don't know.
Don't believe that this is a 0-turn duel or a 1-turn duel. There were 2 turns taken, so I think this does fall in line with all the other 2-turn duels we went over. This one probably should have a big asterisk, though, because, again, it is the only time in Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime history, probably the only time we will ever see a 0-turn kill. Absolutely insane, but I don't know. Should this technically be 0 turns? I feel like it shouldn't, but
Yeah, it
I mean, I'd
shouldn't.
love to hear your thoughts on me having this as a 2-turn duel down below in the comments. And then finally, the shortest turn-based duel in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! The only 1-turn duel in Yu-Gi-Oh! History.
Really? Only
is
one?
Lawton versus Ramon in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds.
I didn't even know
takes
these
place
characters.
in the middle of episode 88, right after Kiryu and Yusei, I believe, have finished their duel. Ramon challenges Lawton to a duel, and we as the viewer get to see the Gatling Ogre OTK combo. Lawton summons Gatling Ogre, he sets 5 cards, and because of Gatling Ogre's effect, it inflicts 800 points of damage per card that is set. And so Lawton inflicts 4,000 points of damage, completing the only full on-screen 1-turn kill we have ever seen in the entire Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. And this, for that reason, is the shortest turn-based duel at 1 turn that we have ever seen in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! And that wraps it up.
That's
Thank
so
you
dumb,
guys
dude.
so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed the shortest turn-based duels ever. A huge thank you to Fender Bullet for helping compile the data, and to Aki Dream for helping me sort through the data. If you guys have any requests for different types of lists like this, please let me know in the comments, and let me know if I missed any. I'm really interested to see if maybe there was a couple that went through the cracks, but I feel like we did name all of the 2-turn or 1-turn duels that took place in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series,
See the
of course,
comments.
from Duel Monsters to Vrains, where every single turn was shown on screen, or every single move, I should say, rather. Thank you guys all so much for watching.
Very cool video. A lot of theories were created around 5Ds to justify the quality drop of treatment of the characters, but it rarely anything officially said. Yeah, I that's how it usually goes for a lot of like shows. By the way, hello Cyber Dragon. Sorry, I didn't say hello before. Hi. That was humiliating because they had a rule of only having duels before sunset, but Lawton was like, I can beat you before it. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. Alright, let's go to the next video. It's gonna be the downfall. No, not yet. Let's watch this one. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is unwatchable.
It all started a couple of months ago. Around the time of Nat's format in 2025, there was a lot of discussion around a very important problem.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Might be
That's Jesse Cotton, right? Okay. Like a few seconds, and then we start with this one. I don't think we're gonna upload the previous one because I didn't react properly. I was just like sitting there. So yeah, this is actually like something to talk about, chat. So get ready because we're actually gonna talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm gonna subscribe already. Hold on. Can I subscribe? Oh, I haven't subscribed to this guy? Whoa, okay. Oops, my bad. Jesse. Okay. Ooh, notification. Second. Okay. Okay. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is unwatchable. Let's watch.
It all started a couple of months ago. Around the time of Nat's format in 2025, there was a lot of discussion around a very important problem.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Might be dying.
Oh yeah, I love this. This video from 3 months ago, but I feel like we don't hear that much anymore, right? Like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Might be dying. I feel like after the new overframes, at least, I haven't heard that much. But before that, every single day, well, not a day, right? But like every time there were videos about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is dying, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is dying. I feel like that's changing right now. I don't know if that's gonna be addressed in the video, but let's see.
Master Duel is destroying the TCG.
Yu-Gi-Oh is dying.
The death of TCG Yu-Gi-Oh as we know it.
Okay, the TCG is dying. I feel like other TCGs are thriving. Is that how you say it, right? Thriving? I don't know. But not Yu-Gi-Oh exactly at the time. I don't know how much have changed, how much is gonna change, but yeah.
Come on, dude, stop with this content.
This issue has been discussed ad nauseum over the last decade to some degree because it's really tough to collect data from tournaments below a regional level. You just can't really assess how many local game stores stopped running Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments this year, how many players quit, and why individuals decided to buy Riftbound cards instead of...
I feel like it's a vibe, right? I feel like it's a vibe. I feel like if you see your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh content creators moving to something else, or like, I feel like a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh content creators, a lot of Yu-Gi-Tubers, they just like keep making videos about Yu-Gi-Oh, but they are like doing something else, right? And you don't see that many new Yu-Gi-Tubers from what I understand, right? I could be wrong. I feel like it's a vibe that when people say like Yu-Gi-Oh is dying.
the branded structure deck. Players debated on the source of this supposed decline, with some blaming factors like the popularity of simulators like masterduel, or the view disparity between content around casual Yu-Gi-Oh compared to the competitive game. I can't really blame them for this kind of discussion because until recently, there hadn't been a lot to look forward to regarding the game. Issues like the falling demand for product, the new player problem, and business decisions prioritizing profit over playability were what people commonly cited when discussing the state of Yu-Gi-Oh! However, I think there is one important piece missing from the discussion that is key to the game's growth. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is an awful game to watch.
Okay. I think it's actually like this, right? I see this and I'm like, oh yeah. Yeah, no, I get it.
Admittedly, that's a bit of a weighty statement about a game that I'd like to talk about for a living. I'm sure the majority of you, despite what you might say, like watching Yu-Gi-Oh! And I do too. I like it a lot. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has incredible strategic depth, which is why I've published so many video essays on it already. However, if you're watching a stream of a YCS for more than a couple minutes, odds are you've played your fair share of Yu-Gi-Oh! Already, at least.
No, that's the thing. Like, I wanted to watch the YCS. I don't know which YCS I watched when I first started getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! And I didn't get absolutely anything that was happening. Like, I had no idea. Hello, Nightmare Silver. I'm sick. Get better soon. Yeah, you're healed now. I didn't get absolutely anything because I see these cards and I don't know. I cannot even read them. I cannot even see the name to look them up. Yeah, sometimes they show them here, but if I have to like constantly paying attention, and you know, the casters also assume that the people watching are already like experts in the game, right? So it's like really hard for someone who is like completely new to the game to actually enjoy a tournament of this. Now, I said this before, like the comparison with something like, for example, League of Legends, which is also awfully hard to understand, right? Because there is like a lot going on, right? But at least you can see like HP bars, and you can see like a fireball or like a huge arrow or like something going through to like in the direction of someone else, and you're like, oh, that hit connected, or oh, they dodged it. Wow, they're so cool, right? Or they combine like a lot of like crowd control effects, and you can kind of see and kind of get a vibe of what's going on. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Or in probably most card games, you're just seeing like cards, and you don't know what's going on, and out of nowhere someone surrenders, and you're like, what? Have you ever played Unicorn Control? No, I haven't. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know. That's my pet peeve with it. Makes sense.
More than a couple minutes, odds are you've played your fair share of Yu-Gi-Oh! Already, at least according to this poll from my YouTube subscribers. This is just not the case with popular esports like League of Legends or Counter-Strike. According to an admittedly dated analysis by industry information broker Newzoo, non-players made up around 40 to 50% of the audience for these 5 esports, which
Wow.
I'm sure is a contributing factor to why most of these games are still huge in the scene today. Sorry, Overwatch League. I don't think it's a question that, against their better judgment, some percentage of these viewers eventually became players. Strong viewership among non-players is a mark of health for an esports scene, because it represents a fertile ground for potential growth. This is ground that Yu-Gi-Oh! Just doesn't have. So this begs the question, why is the audience of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Almost entirely made up of players? Let's get...
I think like it's very simple, right? Like the answer seems like obvious, right? I'm sure it's more complicated than that, but the first thing that I think about is because if you're not a Yu-Gi-Oh player, you have no idea what's going on, and it's obviously not enjoyable. Like I don't know what to tell you. It's how when they normal summon a monster and then 5 seconds later it's a link summon away, so they can't even read the first card. That is also true. Sometimes it just goes too fast too, so like even if someone was narrating it, they wouldn't explain exactly why it's happening like that. Yeah, I totally get that.
The elephant out of the room first. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is complicated. It's so complicated, even its most dedicated players and judges get all kinds of things wrong all the time.
Lockford adds bans.
We get a new chain link, but it changed locations. We get a judge if you want.
Correct? Okay. Sorry, it hasn't come up yet. My bad.
For this reason, channels looking to stream the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG have the cards stacked against them compared to their TCG counterparts. Games like Pokemon are simpler and therefore better for the viewing experience. In Pokemon streams...
Is it? I guess because there is only one guy fighting the other one, right? And everything else is the bench. I feel like it's easier to understand. Yeah, I think in a way it should be like that. Remember when they announced Masterduel and wanted it to be an esport? I don't they brought that up ever again. Did it? I never heard of that because I wasn't here when Masterduel came out. I started playing 6 months ago, so I don't know. But like it's weird that they didn't turn it into something like that. Probably, who knows? I mean, they do play Masterduel in YCS. They do? Interesting.
Overlays can keep track of much of the important game information, including the health, moves, and energy of each Pokemon, the number of prize cards remaining in play, and if a resource like the powerful once-per-turn supporter card has been used already.
Oh yeah, I understand now. The UI looks way better, right? All the information is here, so it's easier to follow. Interesting.
It's like the powerful once-per-turn supporter card has been used already. Other card games like Magic can have similar levels of complexity to Yu-Gi-Oh! Sorry, it's true, but attempt to mitigate it by showing what cards are in each player's hand and highlighting pretty much every new
I don't know about that
card
one
that comes into play so that viewers may read it themselves. Konami EU has tried to keep track of players' hands in the past, but in recent years this feature of their YCS streams has fallen by the wayside, and it's easy to see why. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, cards enter and leave the hand and board so fast that there is no possible way to efficiently track and read them all. This problem greatly impacts a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG content. When cards appear for the first time in competitive settings, many creators will pause the match in order to read them aloud.
This is going to be the first post-Juju match that we're posting, and let's go ahead and read some of the cards. So we have Kutu Dragontail.
Deck profiles on new strategies will discuss additions that viewers are likely to not be familiar with, and if you've ever watched a game of the singleton domain format, I know none of you watch this video, you can't lie to me. Vast swaths of it are dedicated to reading cards for the sake of the viewer's understanding. Effects on cards aren't the only difficult thing to communicate in Yu-Gi-Oh! 2. Some game states can only be deciphered by carefully paying attention to the discussion between the two players.
Jesus Christ. What is this? Steel elements, right? Or yeah, steel elements, right? I don't know.
Complex chains are notorious for this, with the information about what effects are activating and what they are targeting living only in the duelist conversation, often drowned out by the music and commentary in a YCS livestream. Specific markers have had to be used in the past to represent invisible statuses, like a monster being negated, zones being locked, or
I like that. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. This is the stream from like the setup, the distant coders setup, I think.
invisible statuses, like a monster being negated, zones being locked, or that a player is surrendering in TCG live streams to aid the understanding of viewers. But these are far from standard. Other conditions, like if a player is locked into summoning a specific type of monster, are almost impossible to communicate visually in a live stream. It's no
Yeah. I need them. I need like a maxi, not maxi, I guess, like a Fualos or a Droll thing, or like they mention a shifter, something like that.
surprise that so many content creators and viewers have jumped ship to masterduel, since it is much easier to read cards in play, see how chains are constructed, visually understand the game state, and get a sense of the impact of certain monsters, attacks, and effects, purely through the game's animations. Twitch-compatible plugins like Untapped make the barrier to understanding masterduel even lower, allowing viewers to read any card in the streamer's deck at any time at all.
Oh.
This kind of thing leads YCS tournament streams to not only being one of the least watchable types of TCG stream, but also not even the best way to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. I would never recommend like someone who wants to get into Yu-Gi-Oh to try the actual TCG, right? It has to be Master Duel first. Yeah, you know, that's the issue, right? Master Duel is just too good. What can I say? However, for this all to matter, you would have to be able to, you know, watch Yu-Gi-Oh! When you tune into a YCS. One of my biggest hangups with the tournament viewing experience is joining the stream only to be greeted by this segment, and you've probably seen it. Guess the goddamn card. Is that...
I've never seen this.
Is that my favorite card, Vanity's Fiend? Just for fun, here's an extremely relevant photo of Cupsy Yummy that we will...
Gore of my comfort character? Whoa, wash Cupsy Yummy in the laundry by accident. I'm a monster. Wow.
Turn to later, so don't forget about it. Tournaments for many other games just don't waste your time to this degree. Let's compare what is aired on a YCS stream to another popular esport that we'll be delving into in a little bit. Super Smash Brothers.
Okay.
As part of researching for this video, I went through the VODs of two tournaments to collect data, Yu-Gi-Oh's European WCQ from over the summer, and Smash's 2025 Super Major, Supernova. I logged what was shown on stream and for how long it was shown,
oh my god,
breaking
this
it down
is a lot
into
of work.
three main categories of footage. The actual matches, the commentary done between matches, and a third category that I'm going to call undesirable footage.
Okay, undesirable footage, it sounds like very subjective, but let's try to see what's included in there.
Advertisements, stock video, the tournament schedule, guess the card.
Okay, I feel like there's a big difference between those four, right? But I get the idea.
The main channel stream of Supernova looked like this.
Hello, Star Gold, welcome. Airtime breakdown Supernova. Okay, so undesirable footage is just less than 10%. Commentary is like 11% and the match is like almost 80%. Interesting.
Almost 80% of stream time was spent showing matches, with around 10% of time spent on commentary and undesirable footage respectively. Now, let's compare that to the WCQ. The European WCQ spent around twice the time showing between match commentary, and more than 2.5 times the time showing undesirable footage. If you tuned into this stream at any random point, you'd only be shown a live commentated match of Yu-Gi-Oh! A little more than half the time. Now, it might be easy to say that this is 2 lives, and they play in a bracket. If you lose a match, you get sent to loser's bracket, and you lose your first life. Loser's bracket is much larger because after every round of winner's bracket, half of the players will become losers. If you lose in loser's bracket, your second life is gone and you are eliminated.
Okay.
Swiss, commonly used in TCGs, Pokemon, and chess, is very different. In Swiss, you are usually never eliminated outright, but instead play a specific number of rounds chosen to ensure that no more than a single player is undefeated by the end. Players are not placed in a bracket, but are paired dynamically based on their current win-loss record after every round.
Oh, that sounds like a nightmare to
In
track.
large Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, the bottom 85-ish% of players are eliminated at the end of the first day. The best 8 players from Swiss after day 2 will then play for the tournament win in a single elimination top cut. Each player gets 1 life. Swiss rounds are a set amount of time, so when the streamed match ends, everyone must wait for the entire round to complete for the next match to be shown. This is why Konami's live stream relies on undesirable footage, because at every YCS, somewhere, Lina and Win get an 8-minute time extension on their match due to a judge call that got appealed. Now, 1,000 players have to wait until their game is finished before next round's pairings can be printed.
What the hell? Lina just doesn't believe you can special summon 2 spiritual beast tamer Lara at the same time with ulti Kanahawk, but Win knows better. Huh.
Let's pretend that I am the average North American weeb born
the Slifer Red Dorm. Beautiful, beautiful.
in 1996, a prime candidate for card game radicalization.
Yeah.
And I've innocently clicked on a YCS stream thumbnail because I happened to remember how much I liked Buster Blader when I was 8.
Okay, let's be honest here. Like, is this actually gonna happen? Like, ever? Is anyone like gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna click on this random tournament of some game? I don't know. Does that happen? Because I feel like people usually get into these kind of things because of someone else, right? Someone else, like a friend, says like, hey, let's watch this together, or like, watch this, like, you know, something like that. I don't know, dude. Or, oh, you have to see this, bro, you have to see this. This is the best thing ever. I don't even think it would even get suggested, right? Yeah, it wouldn't even get suggested. That's a good point. The algorithm wouldn't suggest that to you. I then never get like suggestions from games that I don't play, right? From tournaments, no. Sometimes I get suggested like video essays on videos on games that I don't play, I never play, and I have no interest in, because of the creators, right? The creators that made the video are like, maybe they made something that I care about, right? So maybe it got suggested. But like, in this case, it's a tournament is obviously hosted by a company that only does that, right? So unless it's, for example, like, I don't know, let's say like I'm a Ludwig watcher and Ludwig is organizing a I watch Ludwig for well, not anymore, I guess, but like for Smash content, and then he makes a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. Well, I will get that suggested because of the creator, not because of the actual game and the company. I don't know. Up to how long videos you're reacting to, it depends. But I get like I get suggestions in the Discord server, right? Like right now we're watching a 30-minute video, and after this we're gonna watch a 10 minutes, and then we're gonna watch like an hour long, basically. And we will see how it goes for the next time, depending on the suggestions. But yeah, I don't think it will get suggested, so I don't think this is a realistic scenario.
Damn, that guy's cool. Even though I have no idea who Lina and Win are, or what Swiss is, I am now stuck watching Guess the Card for 15 minutes. Naturally, I'm leaving and I'm never coming back. Double Elimination doesn't have this problem, which is why match after match after match can be shown on stream with little downtime in between, leading to weebs of all ages becoming involved with the competitive Smash scene.
Okay.
How could we let this happen? We're getting killed out there. Well, there are many advantages to double elimination. The problems with it make it a worse choice when applied to games like Yu-Gi-Oh! The main issue has to do with the number of rounds. In Swiss, a tournament of 64 people will always have 6 rounds, since 2 to the 6th power is 64. In double elimination, a 64-person tournament will have 6 rounds of normal winners bracket and 1 to 2 rounds of grand finals, where the undefeated player faces the player that made it out of the losers bracket. This losers bracket is what generally slows down this tournament structure.
Takes too long. Takes too long.
In losers, a round gets added for each round of winners bracket, since half the people lose. Rounds of losers bracket take turns between matches featuring 2 veteran losers who were eliminated earlier and matches between a veteran loser and a new player who has just been eliminated from winners bracket. What this means in practice is that when you enter losers bracket, you must win way more rounds in a row to reach grand finals than if you had stayed in winners bracket. In this 64-player test tournament I did, a player that lost their round 1 had to win 10 matches instead of 6 to make it to grands. At a large tournament like Supernova, that number goes from 12 wins in winners bracket to 21 wins in losers bracket.
I see you, disgusting VTuber watcher. I'm sorry, chat.
Depending on if you win or lose round 1. This is typically fine within the context of fighting games since there is usually less of an RNG element. The outcome of each match is more often within each player's control. Imagine this in the context of Yu-Gi-Oh though. You're a professional player who has lost their round 1 due to 2 unfortunate bricks. Your deck is well positioned and your technical play is near optimal, but due to rotten luck, you must now play and win almost 9 more matches than you would have had to for a shot at grand finals. A round 1 loss in Swiss is not great, but in double elimination it all but seals your fate when luck is a major factor. There are some other hangups with double elimination too. Double elimination tournaments must be seeded in order of expected performance, so players must now be ranked before the tournament starts.
Expected performance,
which adds more overhead. In an elimination bracket, players cannot draw and are forced into tiebreakers until a winner can be declared. Yu-Gi-Oh's previous end-of-match procedures and the new double loss time rules don't make a lot of sense here, since a match going to time could make it so that the future opponent gets a free win next round. These rules are therefore not suitable for elimination tournaments. This has already caused the occasional problem for single elimination side event pods at YCSs.
And that new time rule with the double losses, they're using that even in single elimination, meaning neither player advances in the bracket and the next matchup has no opponent anymore.
This is also the main reason why single elimination top cuts at YCSs are untimed now, because imagine a tournament with no finals or where nobody wins. It would be a PR nightmare. And speaking of time, the time it takes to run a losers bracket with way more matches than winners is something to take into consideration. 21 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh just takes an eternity to run, even if each round is pretty much guaranteed to go far quicker than the hour and change it takes for a YCS round to finish. Additionally, many players are in it for the love of the game, and enjoy playing all of their day 1 matches at YCSs even if they start 0-3 and have no hope of receiving prizing. For these players, Swiss is preferable because they get to play 9 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh no matter what.
But do we want to play Yu-Gi-Oh? Do we actually want to play the game? That's the question.
Yu-Gi-Oh's lack of watchability has even deeper causes beyond what is being streamed, however. One of my favorite video essays of all time is Innuendo Studios' Things of Beauty, Super Smash Bros. As spectator sport.
Okay, I need to watch this. I never thought about this. That sounds amazing. I'm adding it to the playlist. I don't think it's here, right? Is it? No, it's not. But yeah, I will look it up later.
This specific video directly inspired me to pursue both competitive Smash, which I was verifiably mid at, and video essay production.
Yeah?
I guess you'll have to let me know how that's going. In the essay,
Ian
Ian goes into what made him into a regular viewer of Melee after
Hello,
watching EVO. He describes some of the other fighting games on the EVO docket in such a way that if you swapped in YCS footage, you probably wouldn't think anything was amiss.
They weren't accessible to me. The commentators would describe what was happening in ways that were really interesting in an abstract game theory sense, and it seemed probably quite exciting for the people who played these games, but as my relationship began and ended with watching, I just couldn't get into it.
To him, Melee is different. Melee has the style, the pizzazz, the weirdness, but above all, Melee has culture.
I get.
Well, I think like more than this is the nature of the game. It's like so easy to understand, right? It makes perfect sense.
To this level of investment, and Smash ceases to be just a game. It's drama.
I guess, and it's intuitive too. I never thought about it. I've never thought about the drama in it, like how you can kind of feel like the personality, or the emotions of the people playing, even if you don't see them. Am I crazy? Am I getting parasocial for the Falco player here? I don't know.
Collection of stories with comebacks and tragedies, monsters and savants. And most of these stories probably aren't true, but they feel true.
So for the first question, what aspects of Melee tournaments make them enjoyable to watch in your opinion? Honestly, if it wasn't for the rivalries and the stories between the players, I'd have little to no interest. It's no.
I guess the stories also help a lot. There is like the beef in the fighting game community. It's just like a different beast. Yu-Gi-Oh! Smash game when that will be something, yeah. Especially Melee, yeah.
No secret that a lot of players care a lot about the people playing, especially since watching the Smash documentary. If it wasn't for the storylines behind that, I wouldn't really care about the game itself. There's something about seeing HBox win a major again after like a 3-year period of no wins, or watching PPMD commentating, that just makes the game feel like so much more than just gameplay, and that's really the aspect that has me hooked.
The documentary that Distant Coder is referring to is a touchpoint in Ian's video too. It's been cited as partially
I think I watched this. I think that playlist.
Responsible for the revival of Melee in the 2010s, from near death to one of the most successful competitive games of today. Its portrayal of the 5 best players of the time, the 5 gods, continues to shape how the game is thought of more than 10 years later. This culture of storytelling, of ascribing a narrative and meaning to events that are almost but not quite random, is what makes Melee worth watching, at least to people like Ian and Distant Coder.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to have like a section of this video to be about Melee. That's awesome.
It's what spectator sports are all about.
In a recent Turn Down for Walt video, he talks about how the era of the 5 gods was such a perfect storm and mix of personalities. The 5 gods were all extremely different people with different personalities, but were all allowed to shine or clash in some way. Armada versus Mango was huge because Armada's such a calm guy, and Mango was a crowd pleaser, and the difference in vibes on and off stage made for rivalries that were interesting to follow.
What makes
I never thought about it. I always like, yeah, they play like different characters or whatever. I didn't think about how like different the personalities are of the 5 guys. I can't.
Melee isn't just the game. A lot of it is these stories about the game, and the tension of watching a new chapter unfold live. You don't need to know about the mechanics of ledge dashing to get invested into a grand finals match that is also the battleground of a long-standing rivalry. It's presentation. You have to know who's competing, what their history is, and what a match between them might mean. This is what adds the stakes to a children's game that can create a scene for it from almost nothing. And this
Okay, I don't know, is this not like creating these like stories, like obviously the stories exist, right? But isn't it like the commentators like doing that job basically? And since as far as I know, there is no like an official Melee tournaments, right? Because Nintendo hates the community. So there is like a more of a leeway for the commentators to be more invested and talk shit about like not the commentators talking shit, but talking about the shit that they talk to each other. like it's different when it's an official thing, like the Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, because the Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments that matter are like hosted by Konami question mark. So the casters, the commentators cannot say things like that. Is that also true? Is this part of the video? I don't know. I feel like that should be part of it.
This is something that Yu-Gi-Oh can tap into. An aside, but do you remember Pork Cupsy Yummy from earlier in the video?
Yes.
The average amount of time spent guessing the card at the 2025 EUWCQ has passed since then. Even less if you're watching at 1.25 times speed, like I'm sure you're doing right now,
No.
aren't you, Farfa?
My name is Garrett Shear, more well known as Fi on the internet, and I wear a lot of hats. I am first an esports commentator, then a Yu-Gi-Oh content creator, and now a Counter-Strike content creator covering the esports realm. People in the competitive space of Yu-Gi-Oh don't actually try to accommodate the casual audience. How you're able to bridge that gap is include something that is generally applicable to human beings. It's called the human element. I mean, it's just storytelling in general. You know, there's this card called Mystic Mine. Why is it important? You've just explained that. And that's the human element. That's how you bridge the gap between competitive and casual.
Okay. Completely like, I'm gonna go into a tangent. But I saw a video, I don't remember. It was like the Tier Su guy. I don't know if you have seen it, Chad. Have you watched Tier Su? That's how his name, right? Or Su Tier. I think it's Tier Su. Which is this guy who makes videos about tier list of animals as if it was a video game, right? So this guy is like an amazing content creator, right? Like in his niche, well, it's not a niche, like he's the only one doing that. He's like really good at editing. He's like really good at the script writing. And yeah, obviously amazing content creator, right? So he made a video, a series of videos about Yu-Gi-Oh! He organized a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament with a lot of players who didn't know absolutely anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! I think maybe 2 of them maybe watched the anime, but the other ones were completely clueless. Now, they had cool personalities, but the video was weird because I didn't get like, who is this video for exactly? Because they were explaining absolutely everything. Like the most basic things about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like the most basic things is like, this is a monster card. The monster card has attack and defense, and it can have an attribute and a thing and all of that thing, right? Or yeah, this is a spell card. You can activate as many spell cards and stuff like that. Like I felt like this video is not for me, but it clearly wasn't for casuals because of the way. We should react to that. I watched the first 2 episodes, and I know they didn't, like those videos didn't do well, basically. Like they didn't have like numbers wise, it didn't do well. So I don't know if like that's the way exactly. I can't even remember if I watched that or not. We should watch it next time. All right, I'm just like, what I'm trying to say is like, it's hard to make it like, to like make a video for the casual audience, because I feel like people who are already not into Yu-Gi-Oh! Will not get into Yu-Gi-Oh! Like at any point, if they are at least not into other card games. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see people getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! Unless they have like a friend that is really annoying, right? But also in a way that is not that annoying that they don't want to hear anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore. Dude, you know what happened? Okay, another tangent. I went to my family's house, and I was like talking to my brother, and I was like, oh, by the way, do you know what? Like recently, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is my only thing right now, right? Not my only thing, right? I talk about like my job, which is art, and also this channel. So I mentioned something about Yu-Gi-Oh! And my brother asked, like, oh yeah, like what do people play in Yu-Gi-Oh! Now? Obviously trying to start a conversation, right? And I'm like, oh boy. So I started talking about it, and I was trying to explain why I was like recently like interested in playing Cool Tune, and then I realized that I had to explain what hand traps are and what like how synchros and XCs work. And I was like, wait. And the more that I try to explain, I also need to explain this. And I also need to, because my brother watched like the first, like Duel Monsters, right? I don't know if he finished it or if he was like I don't know if he was like a very big fan at some point. Right? But he only knows that. He only knows the anime. So I was like, wait, I have to explain synchros. And I have to explain like how hand traps work. And I have to kind of explain the rules to explain what a hand trap even is. And I was like, okay, you know what? I'm sorry. Look at the design. Isn't this really cool? It has like a cable thing for hair. And I'm like, and he's like, oh yeah, that's really cool. And we cannot engage in talking about why I like the archetype or anything, right? It's impossible to talk about it unless I go to like really into it, and I don't want to like bore him, right? I don't want to bore my friends talking about that much. I do sometimes. I'm sorry if you're watching this. I'm sorry. I sometimes do because I have the autism. I don't know what to tell you. My conversation just include new tune cards. Yeah, I mean you can like talking about tunes. I guess if anyone watched the no, even then the cards don't even work like in the anime. So I don't know. Well, anyways, I just wanted to say that. Sorry.
Fai's videos exemplify this sort of thing perfectly, and it's why I don't buy the idea that there isn't an interest in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Stories, content, and casting about competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Can be highly appealing, but they require the right approach to make them compelling and, well, approachable. Just glance through Fai's catalog of videos, or the YouTube shorts of Squiddies, or videos like this one about Jeff Leonard by the up-and-coming channel Mono Analysis, or even some of my own work. These videos hit far above the weight class of the channels they were published by, with many crossing the million-view threshold that almost all Yugi-tubers struggle to reach.
There's huge potential. It's just, I'm disappointed, fellas, because there's so much opportunity to harness that potential to like gain viewers and bring new people to the game, and instead you already cater to people who play the game.
So I'm doing posting. I just don't think it's like, I understand like we should try, but I feel like it's not as simple as it seems. Like I don't think anyone has like cracked the code yet. I think that's gonna be hard. This is a learning curve for Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's hard to bridge the initial climb. Yeah, it's just like too hard to get into it. There is so much. And the people who already care, at least a little bit, is because they watch the anime, and the game it's not anything like the anime anymore, so.
And that's a very small portion of the people who actually know what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is. That's how you get million view videos, fellas.
Really?
The potential is with these stories stemming from the competitive game, a game that many people vilify due to its sweat and complexity. As seen through this lens, you could easily imagine how Yu-Gi-Oh! Might have the potential to measure up to Melee's current success. Like Yu-Gi-Oh!, Melee is a game that a generation of people played as a kid and are broadly familiar with the basic mechanics of. Like Yu-Gi-Oh!, the gameplay of modern—
Maybe solo games can help, at least that's how I got up. Solo games. I feel like there has never been a popular solo game for non-Yu-Gi-Oh! Players. I mean, maybe, I don't know.
Modern tournament Melee is almost completely alien to the game people played growing up. Like Yu-Gi-Oh!, Melee is not an easy game to get into because of its immense mechanical complexity. The process of learning both Yu-Gi-Oh! And Melee involves facing opponents with skills that have taken multiple decades to perfect, and losing to them over and over and over again. Yet Melee tournaments are breaking size records even now. Is it that unreasonable to think that Yu-Gi-Oh!, with the right approach, could follow in its footsteps to its own renaissance? Even with the headway made by these creators, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has—
Part 2 when? Speaking of Melee, have you heard of Super Smash Flash or Newgrounds? That's completely out of topic. and I think I heard about it, but you know, it's I'm not that big into like Smash right now to do something about it. I'm so sorry.
As a ways to go to show what there is to like about its competitive scene. When I was interviewing Fi and Coder, I asked them about
music,
their
by the way.
opinions on what Yu-Gi-Oh needs to foster more interest in the competitive side of it. Fi had a lot to say about it from the perspective of a content creator, and the hurdles to creating content similar to his own, or the Smash documentary.
A huge part about YouTube and content creation in general is that when you make a video idea, you have to understand how many people can watch this. Like, how many people can watch this video, grasp what you're putting forward, and follow that.
That's an interesting way of thinking about it, as opposed to the meta that is making something that caters to Farfa specifically. So, because believe it or not, I heard this. I heard this. That is like, in order to do something that you should just like think about, like, what was, if Farfa will Farfa react to this? Is Farfa gonna react to this? Then that means that it's a good video, a good video topic. I don't know. Maybe we can do that. Maybe we can craft a perfect video like that. But thinking about how many people can watch it is also an interesting way of thinking about content creation. How many people can watch it? But that it's not the same as how many people will be interested in watching it. I feel like those are different things. Yeah, don't worry. We're gonna get to those later. Don't worry.
And YouTube understands that. YouTube algorithms understand that. That, like, okay, these kind of people can watch this kind of video. So the more people you try to accommodate and, you know, explain jargon or use little jargon or, you know, explain your thoughts, that increases the reach of your video. There's a high barrier to entry to make these kind of videos. For one, you have to be a certain skill level of the game to fully comprehend what is happening, which that takes hundreds of hours of playing games online, playing games in person, locals, regionals, YCSs. It takes a lot of experience to go through it. The amount of effort it actually takes to make these videos is a lot. There's a underlying problem, I feel like, in Yu-Gi-Oh, which I saw it still exists, which I'm a bit disappointed to see, but 2 years ago when I first started my channel for Yu-Gi-Oh content creation kind of sucks. No one really wants to put a lot of effort into making a single video. They would rather play it safe and, you know, record entertainment content in front of a camera instead of sinking in the extra 4 or 5 days of editing and scripting and researching and weaving together storylines. People don't want to take risks, and I think those kind of videos were seen as risks to current standing channels.
I think there's space in Yu-Gi-Oh for all kinds of...
That's a very interesting point. It's risky to invest so much into a video that you don't know like how it's gonna do, right? Because you can, it's not only like editing like that, it's just like money too, right? Because you stop doing some other things in order to work on that video, right? And if the video doesn't do well, right? Especially like starting, like video production, like it's really hard to do. It takes a lot of time. So the people who can do it, like, props to them, obviously. What?
Content, but I do agree that the types of videos that can truly energize a community are incredibly tough and risky to make. It's the reason why there are only a couple of examples I could find of people making things even remotely similar to Fi. It's not really a proven model for a YouTube channel the way it is for games like Melee. Coder took a very different approach. To him, this difference in culture directly stems from the place in the community of the top players and their individual personalities.
I think the thing with the Melee community, and maybe an FGC thing in general, that the Yu-Gi-Oh community just doesn't have, is caring not just about individual success of players, but also how dominant one player is over the other. People keep lifetime records of how many times Cody and Zayn have beaten each other, but can anyone tell you how many times Jesse Cotton beat Joshua Schmidt? Probably not, because the community doesn't care the way Melee fans do. In the Yu-Gi-Oh community, people don't tend to root for high-level players. And I want to clarify that I mean this in the most respectful way possible, but high-level Yu-Gi-Oh players are really difficult to root for. Where Melee pros like Hbox, Zane,
I didn't think we would get there. I never thought about it, but it's so true. It's so true.
JMoke have personalities and that it factor when they play. Top-level Yu-Gi-Oh players oftentimes have personalities that resemble more M2K or Cody Schwab, which notoriously aren't rooted for as often just because they're more boring people to watch play.
Okay,
Yu-Gi-Oh
hold on.
doesn't necessarily lack this culture, though. The proof of that is none other than Triff Gaming and Nesh. Triff went on an insane run of almost 3-peating YCS wins, and the people were all about it. They loved it. But why? Because Triff was tweeting about it the whole way, hyping himself up, and getting the people to be hyped for him. And Nesh, when his team won the World Championship, the dude was on stage bringing his opponents up on stage with him because they were his friends, making it more than just about the trophy. Nesh wanted his team's Worlds win to be a story with a happy ending. And that's what the Yu-Gi-Oh community lacks. Too many top players show up, do what they have to do, and leave.
Interesting.
Well,
huh?
there is definitely
Interesting.
some opportunity for the community to assume responsibility for making the culture around Yu-Gi-Oh more exciting. Some of it might require changes with the way YCSs are streamed and organized. In a grassroots game like Smash, this is much easier since the community members run tournaments. In Yu-Gi-Oh, casters have more restrictions on the way they are allowed to speak.
That's exactly what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying.
Which might be a contributing factor to why things are the way that they are.
I mean, it's no secret that YCSs have zero hype behind them. The streams are bland, they look like shit, and they do nothing to make it about the players. YCS streams care more about telling you to go buy the latest set than they do about letting the player's personality shine. Go back a couple years, and anytime someone would win, they would ask them the same 4 questions after they won.
Tyler, did dueling in the feature match this first round, with all the pressure, all the lights, did that change the way you dueled at all? What stood out in that match in your mind? Are there any deck types that you're looking forward to dueling against this weekend? How are you feeling about your chances of winning this tournament with the deck you're playing with now that you're off to a 1-0 start?
And they would ask these same questions round 1 as they would in the top 4. It was embarrassing. Konami's new hosts like Ed Templar, Kangas, and Jackie do a really good job of making the streams better on their own, but the production as a whole really does a horrible job of highlighting players, their achievements, and stuff like that. Melee talks about rivalries, players...
Yeah, you know, I also have like another point of comparison here, which is the Dota 2 tournaments. Well, I don't know how they are now because I stopped watching them like a few years ago. But I remember in Dota 2, there is like a lot of like personality in there, and the casters, they usually like invite like players that have like cool personalities, and that's also really cool. And sometimes when someone loses and is already eliminated, they just bring them to the panel and they are part of the panel, and the panel have a lot of like personality, and sometimes they just have someone who doesn't know much about the game in the panel. Like, they of course know the game, they play the game, right? But they are not like pros, but they are mostly there because they are entertaining, and they like make the like quote unquote the people with quote unquote boring personalities talk more and get to know them. And I feel like that shouldn't be that hard to do. I don't know.
Players 1v1 match history, how long it's been since they won a major. Yu-Gi-Oh streams don't do that, and they really truly should.
Fi also had good things to say about some of the new commentary talent brought on by Konami in recent years.
They've hired some very good commentators. Shout out to Steve Kangas as well, being an amazing presenter. Jackie Jing as well for being a great presenter as well. The European broadcast is exceptional because their commentator duos have incredible chemistry. Koenig Lionheart and Sebastian Lemke are great faces for the game, and I believe they commentated this year's World Championship as well. They are the peak of Yu-Gi-Oh commentary, and I love them because they are also extremely embedded in the competitive side of the game.
I feel like I need to like pay more attention to that aspect. I feel like next time we watch a YCS, we should probably do that. We should probably talk about that, about the production, and see, like, pay attention to those things, because I honestly was paying more attention to the games than anything else because I'm already invested. But I need to think about it from a different perspective now. It's interesting. I remember once listening to two funny Korean commentators on Dota 2 match who stole the show despite understanding nothing. They said, "Oh yeah. I remember that. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. People talk about it a lot, right? Sometimes the commentators just go crazy. Yeah, I love that.
Game. Physical Yu-Gi-Oh events are not built to cater to spectators either. When I went to the NAWCQ, there was a small area for spectators of the match currently being streamed, but at YCS Pittsburgh there was only standing room in front of the stage. In order for a more spectator-focused culture in Yu-Gi-Oh to thrive, the in-person viewing experience must be prioritized at these larger events.
For North American YCSs, please have a designated audience area. For goodness sakes.
This should be a given, right?
The only memorable moments that I have in Yu-Gi-Oh is because of some of the audience's reactions. I mean, again, they do it right in EU because Europe they're wearing noise canceling headphones. The commentators are broadcast to the crowd, right? That's a huge difference. Commentators need to be broadcast to the crowd. Players need to be wearing noise canceling headphones, and you have a real event. People could go to the event not just to play in it, but to watch it, and to make it a true spectator experience.
Seating for a crowd is crucial for the game if Yu-Gi-Oh is to become more spectator-focused. The cheering crowd is an important aspect to show the stakes of the match, and some of the best moments of YCS streams are due to a personality shining through when the crowd is being filmed. The crowd is the community after all, and without that, the game would be nothing. Yu-Gi-Oh has quite a bit to change for it to start to be able to gain traction as a spectator sport. It's facing problems that every card game has faced, but with more difficulty due to its increased complexity. However, it has the advantage of already being known by tens of millions of people, and this gives the game a lot of potential. Yu-Gi-Oh might be a tough game to learn and play, but that is what keeps people coming back to it. This limitless skill ceiling is what makes the competitive game worth watching, and it's what makes these stories behind its players so compelling. This is why the trick to saving Yu-Gi-Oh isn't making the game easier. We have to show why the game is worth learning in the first place. With that, I am out of characters, so I guess this is the end. Thanks so much to Distant Coder and Phi for their answers to my questions. I wouldn't have been able to make this video without them, and thanks to Dan Parker for editing my script. A massive thanks to my patrons, including Dan Parker, Drumstep, Farfa, MBT Yu-Gi-Oh, Prinrin, Ray, and Steven Marmerstein.
Farfa and MBT, that's awesome.
If you're interested in watching the interviews from this video in full, or if you want to help my work beyond just a like or subscription, you know where to go. Be well, until next time.
That's amazing. Wait, what is this? Dude, what a cool video, I never thought about a lot of things there, and that makes for a lot of conversation. And this is the type of video that I want to watch. This was amazing. Thank God because thank God we actually watched it. The other time that we tried to watch this video, we got interrupted, at the start. So yeah, I'm glad that we came back to this. So yeah, let me know which one was for you is the main issue. For me, it's just the complexity of the game more than the casting things. But we can alleviate that, right? I didn't think when I initially thought about this, Yu-Gi-Oh is unwatchable, I thought we were gonna talk about the game in nature, not about the content creation aspect and the tournament aspect and the things outside of it that are actually in our control, right? Because we cannot change the game, but we can change how it is presented to our player, to casual viewers, right? So that Yu-Gi-Oh is not dying anymore. That's cool. So let me know, for me it's reading. Yeah, the effects are so convoluted, right? So long, so it makes it hard to understand for someone who is new to the game, right? You cannot expect anyone to go there and start reading if they are not already invested in something else. For example, the stories of the player, right? In comparison to Melee and stuff. To me, it's the complexity. You need to know the cards to follow what is happening. Yeah, exactly. and it's hard for the commentators. They also don't get it sometimes. It's a learning curve. Yeah. So anyways, let me know in the comments, and I will see you next time. Thank you. We did a chat. Now that's how you do a reaction. It was like 50 minutes on a 30 minutes video. Yeah, that makes sense. The other ones that we have been recording today have not been anything close to this. I hate it so much. We have one more video, 10 minutes, 2 more videos, right? And the downfall of the most notorious cheater. We have to watch it. How long do we have? We have 1 hour. Okay, I think we're gonna have to skip this one. We're gonna have to watch it next time so that we can focus on this one. Okay, chat, I'm gonna go pee really quick, and then we're gonna watch this for real this time. So yeah, give me a few minutes. Like, give me 2 minutes. I'll be back. 2 minutes. I'll be back. All right. We're here. Let's see. Oh my god. All right. Let me see. Oh my god, that was so loud.
Goes after. I know, but I'm saying, like, I don't know where it went wrong.
Your whole field is illegal.
This is Fraser Smith.
All right. Sorry, that was kind of loud. The downfall of the most notorious Yu-Gi-Oh cheater. Let's watch.
You know where a procedural goes after. I know, but I'm saying, like, I don't know where it went wrong.
Your whole field is illegal.
This is Fraser Smith.
All right.
Fraser has just won a match of Yu-Gi-Oh in the most bizarre way possible, because he barely played a single card. Rather, his opponent has just 2-0'd himself. And you might be wondering how this is.
He cheated twice? Or does that count for two losses?
Possible.
But it's so basic. These moves are just like the basic moves, you know? It's so basic, and it's like, I'm just saying.
Well, the person sitting across from him is none other than Peter Chang. Peter has just made 5 illegal moves in the span of less than 10 minutes.
How? Dude, why would you do that? Why would you do? Maybe he was expecting the opponent to not know how the game works, or what? What is this?
And his current field on the board is entirely illegal. But the community wasn't surprised, because this was not the first time that Peter Chang had done this. You see, the man was previously disqualified and banned from organized play on multiple separate occasions for unsporting conduct, cheating. Whoa. And for over a decade, Peter Chang was one of the most well-known names on the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh scene. Not necessarily for his skill per se, rather for his antics over the years. But on this day in particular, his actions would culminate in perhaps the most legendary feature match ever, and luckily for the world, it was live streamed for thousands of viewers.
Oh my god, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Frazier made a reaction to it. Oh, we have to go back to that later. Interesting, interesting.
Now, to understand the gravity of the situation that we just saw, we're gonna have to rewind just a little bit for context. This is a story of Peter Chang, the most notorious Yu-Gi-Oh player of all time. Our story starts over 15 years ago in the year 2009, where Peter Chang was an accomplished Yu-Gi-Oh player who would travel the world to attend championship-level tournaments composing of thousands of players and rare cards worth lots of money on the line. His prior success included multiple Top Cup finishes at these tournaments, but before he became a semi-big name, Peter was a dominant player in the New Jersey area, winning nearly all of the local and regional tournaments. But how could one man consistently win almost every single tournament?
Wait, he was cheating the whole time? There's no way, right? There's no way he was cheating the whole time.
It was a question that many would ask, and over time, people slowly became suspicious about his style of play, and rumors began to spread, to the point where Peter would be known locally as a shady character with a history of connivery beyond the mere rules of the game. Local players would accuse Peter of stacking their decks and shuffling them in a manner that would cause them to draw the worst cards. At the same time, others suggested that he had marked his own sleeves to draw the powerful cards that he wanted. His opponents would basically agree that Peter seemed to open the perfect hands every time, with the player.
You can do that? You can do that consistently? Can confirm he was the best in New Jersey area. He didn't always cheat, but he cheated a lot. Is why we call him Cheater Chang.
They're even saying that at one of the local stores, Peter was banned from using white sleeves because they were so easily markable. And players who knew Peter in real life would claim that he was caught cheating on 7 separate occasions. It became so widely known that even some of Peter's closest friends would not refute this claim. But in light of this, he was never punished officially by the Yu-Gi-Oh! Organized Play Committee, as his hijinks were limited to his local area at the time. Nevertheless, it got to the point where Peter was disqualified from numerous local and regional tournaments, and eventually banned from several local stores. Coincidentally, as Peter's success flourished, he grew bored of the Jersey scene. I mean, yeah, being banned from several local stores probably didn't help. So he began to travel around the country to attend tournaments on the major circuit. So we're talking about the largest tournaments in the world here. This would prove to be extremely rewarding, for his skills were more than enough to compete on a national level.
How good was he actually if he was cheating the whole time? Right? If his main thing was cheating, like how good was he actually? Because if you're really good, do you need to cheat? I don't know. Am I or what? Why would you cheat?
Peter would quickly make a name for himself, going undefeated at multiple events in a row and threatening even the strongest players at the time, upsetting legendary names like Adam Korn and Jeff Jones. At the same time, he would supplement his travel expenses as a backpack vendor, someone who carried around binders chock full of cards to buy low and resell at a higher price. Though it was technically and still is against the rules to buy and sell with anyone besides the official vendors in the convention hall, back then it was an unspoken taboo where basically everyone would secretly try to buy and sell with each other. Now, I know what you're thinking. You probably thought that Peter was a delightful businessman to trade and buy with.
Oh, no. oh my god. He was okay, he had mechanical knowledge, but he was a sore loser, so anytime he was in a losing point, he would cheat. Bruh.
Something that might interest you.
Unsurprisingly, Peter was known to be extremely hard to deal with, often charging well over the market prices, especially if he knew that the buyer was in a desperate position. And
he was a scammer too? Scammer? Dang.
according to a tournament report, one man who was the unfortunate victim of Peter's business practices had said, when we got to the event, I had to ship $30 for sanctums, ignitions, etc., and got savaged by Peter Chang for like $20. Sucks to suck. You can imagine my dismay when my teammate Dylan showed up later with a binder full of artifact cards. Except that the other vendors were sold out of the cards, so the man had no choice but to approach Peter. And since Peter knew that the man needed the card for the tournament and round one was about about to start, he upcharged him. Others would say that Peter would lowball them when buying their cards online. But at the end of the day, though perhaps immoral, none of what he was doing was technically illegal, beyond, well, buying and selling at the venue. The bottom line is Peter needed more money to be able to constantly attend these majors because they were always held in a different city across the United States, and travel and accommodation can be pretty expensive. As his play continued, Peter quickly cemented himself as one of the best Lightsworn players in the world. A strategy reliant on self-milling, it would trigger powerful effects in the graveyard to flood the field with monsters.
I can see where this is going. I can see why this is one of the decks that benefits the most from the type of cheating that he's gonna do, I'm sure.
The deck's signature boss, the Judgment Dragon, could only summon itself when 4 different Lightsworn names were in the graveyard, with its Day of Judgment ability wiping out all other cards on the field. But Peter's opponents complained that he always had the perfect mills, consistently hitting 4 names as early as the second turn, and constantly milling multiple copies of Wolf Lightsworn Beast, one of the deck's powerful methods to swing the game in favor. For it was essentially a free 2100 beater who brought itself back to the field. Though the deck could be pretty inconsistent due to the RNG factor associated with milling, in the hands of Peter Chang, the deck always seemed to perform exactly as he wanted it to. And with his devotion to the light, Peter would finish top 4 at Shonen Jump.
Wait, what? I hate how much this guy says 4 in this video. Is that not like a normal word to use in sentences? Or I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna pay more attention now because I don't know how bad could that be? Huh?
Championship Orlando and top 16 at Shonen Jump Championship Columbus. With his name now commonplace among the elite, everyone would agree that Peter was no doubt a skilled player. But while his accomplishments grew, so did an aspect of uncertainty surrounding his gameplay, which had
hello Suri, welcome.
Now transcended his local community and became known to the world. Online chatter was abuzz on the popular forums at the time. One player would note, Peter Chang has swept multiple events with Lightsworn. It's statistically impossible to go 8+ rounds and not lose multiple times. Factor in Lightsworn's inconsistencies, and you've got someone who is obviously defying the system in some way here. To further my claim, he's been asked to change his sleeves during multiple regionals due to marked sleeves. In 3, he's been DQ'd in the top 8 of regionals before. His reputation would rapidly become known, with a chunk of the community calling him Cheater Chang, while others use the comedic spoonerism Cheater Pang. With each consecutive tournament that Peter attended, the forums would be abuzz with users following along for updates and potential drama. And boy, would there be drama.
I can't wait to see the video. Wait.
Shonen Jump Championship in Los Angeles, where after starting with a phenomenal 8-2 record and nearly locking himself into the top cut yet again with Lightsworn, Peter would suddenly be disqualified mid-round. Not explicitly for cheating, but rather for lying to a judge. You see, in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh!, infractions generally start with warnings. This is to give the player the benefit of the doubt for a genuine mistake, but also to ensure that players don't try to soft cheat by deliberately performing illegal plays or breaking policy to try and gain advantage. Therefore, multiple warnings or infractions would escalate into steeper punishment, with 2 warnings often granting the player a game loss. Now, apparently Peter had already received an infraction earlier in the tournament for having a marked sleeve in his side deck. But later when he was deck checked again in the tournament, that same sleeve in question was still present. Peter allegedly told the new judge that he had no prior warnings in an attempt to avoid receiving the upgraded penalty. But
why would you do that? Why would you do that?
But unfortunately for Peter, his statement would be fact-checked with the head judge, resulting in immediate disqualification for his dishonesty. Word of this quickly spread online like wildfire. The infamous Peter Chang was finally disqualified from a major event. Now, a pro player being disqualified from a tournament in the championship tier was already a rare occurrence. But factoring in Peter's scandalous background and everyone on the internet waiting for exactly this to happen, it certainly spilled the tea. Forums would reach peak traffic, with many flocking to hear the story and also to share their own personal anecdotes about Peter's gameplay. Now, you would think this is the end of the line for any regular Yu-Gi-Oh player, but But unfortunately, Peter was not a regular player. In fact, this was only the beginning, because such an act of humiliation would only fuel Peter's revenge, igniting his thirst for redemption because he was so close to winning his first championship, and now he wanted to prove himself more than ever. Miraculously for Peter, luck would be on his side, for he would avoid any immediate punishment beyond disqualification from the event. Apparently, not even a disqualification from a major tournament would put a damper in Peter's shenanigans.
I feel like he's too deep in. It's not possible to stop. How? He has a Toy Wiz sweatshirt. He needs to not rep my locals, thanks.
Because at the Shonen Jump Championships in Edison the following month, yes, during the well-known Edison format, Peter would be caught trying to add a card that was removed from the game back to his hand.
Why?
But the judges simply gave him a game loss penalty instead of a disqualification because they didn't actually see it happen, and Peter argued that it was an accident. No surprises here. But just 4 months later, to the chagrin of the entire community, Peter Chang would pull off the unthinkable.
Oh?
It's May 16th, 2010. Peter Chang has defied all expectations and once again made the top 16 of a championship. But it would only get better for him as he breezes through the top 8 and then the top 4, at long last landing himself in the championship final. And the crowd can't believe it. If Peter Chang wins, I'm learning how to cheat, says one poster online. And finally, when the smoke cleared, a man raises a trophy with one hand and clutches 3 elusive prize cards in the other. After years of grinding, Peter Chang has finally achieved a championship title by winning the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Washington. And not just
he really won. And I assume he didn't cheat? Question mark?
Any regular championship tournament, but the first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, a prestigious tournament that would replace the previous Shonen Jump Championships, featuring a set of new and elusive ultra-rare prize cards, the 3 Dark Lords. Dark Lord Superbia, Dark Lord Asmodeus, and Dark Lord Ida Ari, and they now belong to Peter. But instead of celebrations and congratulations, the community was largely skeptical, beyond just the mere fact that it was Peter Chang. You see, at this event, Peter pulled off a complete upset. He played a Machina Gadget deck utilizing the Jinzo engine, but it wasn't exactly the most competitive deck. In fact, it was regarded as a significantly weaker deck that paled in power compared to the existing X-Saber and the newly released Infernity decks that were expected to dominate. His strategy was rather simple. The gadget monsters replaced themselves for free card advantage and fueled the Machina Fortress, who could be summoned by discarding another machine from the hand. Next, the Jinzo engine would supplement this, providing the only means of power for the deck to match the pace of the newer strategies, who had nearly outdated it completely. It would enable him to play Future Fusion, one of the strongest cards ever printed, that years later would even have its effect nerfed. But at the time, it allowed him to fusion summon by using resources directly from the deck instead of his hand and field, breaking the game mechanic completely. The monster wouldn't be summoned until the following turn, but that didn't matter because resolving a Future Fusion would allow Peter to dump all of his machine monsters to the graveyard if he declared a summon of the Chimera Tech Overdragon, a boss monster that required Cyber Dragon and any number of machines as fusion material. This also meant he could dump 2 copies of Jinzo and 2 copies of Jinzo Returner from the deck to the graveyard. The baby Jinzos would then trigger, immediately reviving the 2 adult Jinzos, whose effects instantly kick in to negate all trap cards on the field, while presenting 4,800 damage on the board at the same time.
I understand why Future Fusion was banned.
From there, he could revive the Machina Fortresses from the graveyard that were also dumped there via Future Fusion, thanks to their special summoning conditions to deal well over 8,000 damage in one single turn. And without any—
That sounds like a fun deck, honestly. That sounds really interesting. I like it. I like it.
Fear of staple disruptions like Mirror Force or Torrential Tribute. But the rest of the deck just wasn't very consistent and lacked significant combos beyond Future Fusion, which was also limited to 1 copy per deck at the time due to rampant abuse in the past. It was basically the deck's only unfair advantage, so to speak. In addition to the deck being pretty slow, it was also full of bad cards to draw, like Jinzo, which you would be less than ecstatic to see in your opening hand, for it required a sacrifice to summon. Even the gadget monsters were much weaker than the other monsters on the block, and he would have to to power them up using support cards like Solidarity, while relying on trap cards to control the game at his pace. So needless to say that getting carried by one card to winning a 1,000-person tournament was pretty OP. Which brings us to the conundrum. Peter would have to hard draw the Future Fusion because it wasn't searchable, unless your name is Peter Chang. Because after his win, even more rumors exploded online, with some players at the event claiming that instead of drawing Future Fusion, Peter would search for it from his deck and add it directly to his hand when resolving the effects of his gadgets.
What? People know this and what? That feels like something easily provable. Like if they know him, like are people not watching this and being like, hey, whoa, dude, you just added like a card that you didn't have to add there. That's why the gadgets were there. That's the point of the gadgets. To search things so that he could cheat.
Since the gadgets could add each other, rather than add the corresponding gadget and reveal it to his opponent as per the game policy, the story goes that Peter would add the Future Fusion from the deck to his hand face down by accident, say oopsies to the opponent, and then reveal a copy of another gadget that was already in his hand, telling them that that was a card he had searched. Other players would share similar anecdotes of sleight of hand when playing against Peter. Some accused him of deliberately testing illegal plays to see what he could get away with, and allegations of stacking while shuffling and using marked sleeves were again at the forefront. A few players even surmised that Peter may have been taking advantage of a ruling loophole. Though this was never explicitly proven, they would say that Peter may have utilized the effect of Baby Jinzo when it was sent to the graveyard for cost. You probably know by now, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Is an extremely complex game where card effects are taken extremely literally down to the exact word. And Jinzo Returner reads that when this card is sent to the graveyard, you can special summon one Jinzo from your graveyard.
Okay, when? Here we go. Timing. So it's something about the timing, and he was ignoring that aspect of the card in order to make illegal plays. And well, since the game is super confusing, I can see why the other player will be like, oh, I guess. That's exactly what he did. I spent a weekend in a hotel with him and have a recording of him saying how to stack, but the audio is awful because it's super old flip phone. What? That's so funny. Oh my god, dude. It's sort of the problem when you cheated in the past. People will always doubt every single one of your wins. Well, of course, right? There's no way to prove it, but like if they are known for cheating, like, I don't know.
Keyword being when, which in Yu-Gi-Oh terms means that it can only be triggered at the exact time that the card is sent to the graveyard. For example, when sent there via Future Fusion or a card like Foolish Burial. Being sent to the graveyard is the last thing that has to happen in order for the effect to meet its activation timing. But in Yu-Gi-Oh, costs take place before a card or a summon resolves. So if Jinzo Returner is sent to the graveyard to pay for the cost of a card, for example, being tributed for a tribute summon, then the last thing to happen is a tribute summon itself and not Jinzo Returner being sent to the graveyard. So the game would automatically skip the trigger timing and the player would be unable to activate the effect. And this is the exact ruling if Jinzo Returner is sent from the hand to the graveyard to fulfill the summoning cost for Machina Fortress. It wouldn't be able to activate because Machina Fortress's summon takes place immediately after the cost, therefore stiffing the activation timing of the Baby Jinzo. This being said, some players online would claim that Peter may have abused this throughout his tournament run. Since this was an obscure ruling that wasn't immediately obvious when reading the card at face value, it's possible that not every player would have known the implications. In the worst case scenario, with Peter taking a warning from the judge, if the opponent even bothered to call a judge in the first place. Surprisingly, most Yu-Gi-Oh players are a lot more chill and reserved when it comes to calling judges compared to other trading card games that are out there.
Anxiety. You don't want to call the judge and be the guy who called the judge. You don't want to be known as judge calling Andy or whatever, right? You don't want to be that guy. It's like calling the teacher, right? In school, right? If you're fighting and you're like, you call the teacher, you're like what's it called? A narc? You're like a pussy or something. I don't know. That's why you don't call the judge. But you have to, right? Otherwise you lose and stuff. So you want to throw the table? Is that the thing?
Judge
Judge. Now, the RD
I love this. I haven't watched this in a long time. Judge. That is so funny.
team would later patch this loophole by rewarding optional when effects to if instead, therefore allowing future cards to activate even when sent to the graveyard by cost in order to avoid abuse and confusion. But despite the rumors, no one could explicitly validate the claims against Peter. While most of the community completely disregarded Machina Gadgets as a viable contender because it was Peter Chang that won with them, there were a few voices that weren't fully convinced that Peter had cheated because there wasn't any hard evidence of it. I mean, in hindsight, it
Oh, they call it rule sharking in dueling book. That's so funny. That's so funny. The good old when versus if ruling. So true. Now, I always call a judge. I never judge someone for wanting clarification. I never judge someone. That's so funny.
It does seem a little ridiculous that Peter's opponents would be okay with him searching his deck for a card face down, adding it to his hand, shuffling his hand, and then showing them a random card from their hand that was the gadget. Especially at a competitive championship rules enforcement level, because in Yu-Gi-Oh, any card that's searched from the deck to the hand has to be revealed to the opponent. Now, perhaps Peter may have used other sleight of hand to make this possible, but it's more than likely that this was just a meme that snowballed and spiraled out of control online because of Peter's history of making illegal plays. But on the other hand, to add some more suspicions, it was also the first major tournament after the release of the Shining Darkness, a powerful set that forever changed the landscape of the game. It would bring power creep to an entirely new level that was never witnessed before. With the support for X-Saber and the highly anticipated release of Infernity, a deck that defied any prior sense of Yu-Gi-Oh logic. Previously, gaining card advantage and resources required setup, often taking multiple turns and being earned as payoffs through difficult means. But the Infernity deck was highly explosive and could overwhelm the field with near endless resources out of nowhere, granting the user the ability to set up a near unbreakable end board or just attack and win in one single turn. The deck's gimmick relied on the user having no cards in their hand, and once the requirement—
that card looks so cool. Why is that card called?
One single turn. The deck's gimmick relied on the user having no cards.
What is this? What is it called? It looks really cool.
Cards in their hand, and once the requirement was met, all of the effects became live. Their signature card, the Infernity Archfiend, could search the deck for any Infernity card when it was special summoned. Infernity Necromancer would then revive the Infernity Archfiend, and 3 copies of Infernity Launcher could revive both Archfiend and Necromancer, creating a mini loop as Archfiend would then search for another copy of Infernity Launcher to reborn over and over again. Built-in tuner monsters allowed the deck to summon a plethora of synchro monsters like the Mistworm to spin back the opponent's field, while Infernity Break could disrupt the opponent's cards. As if this wasn't enough, they also released a TCG exclusive card in the form of Infernity Barrier. This was an in-archetype Solemn Judgment that could negate any opposing card.
Why is it in a different language? Everyone was playing artifacts when Infernity was around. Yeah, that's so fun.
Making the deck complete overkill. X-Saber, on the other hand, was already an existing powerful deck in the metagame. Double X-Saber Gotams could easily loop the opponent's hand for multiple cards. Cold Wave and Trap Stun could lock the opponent from using traps, while Double X-Saber Hyanlei could then destroy up to 3 of them. Their ace main deck monster, the Rescue Cat, could swarm the field and even enable crazy degenerate turn 1 combos. But the Shining Darkness would introduce another TCG exclusive, this time for the X-Sabers as Double X-Saber Dark Soul, who allowed the player to search for an X-Saber monster during the end phase of the turn that it was sent to the graveyard. The exact card that the deck lacked for follow-up and resource management, because now we had a body that we could synchro away while getting a search in the end phase.
I'm so curious. How are we gonna cheat with this? How is this gonna be used for cheating? I'm dying to know. I need to know.
The other TCG exclusive, Double X-Saber Bogart Knight, allowed the player to special summon another X-Saber monster from their hand, easily placing 2 bodies onto the field to enable Double X-Saber Fall Troll. There was just one problem. A search is not exactly the term I should use for Double X-Saber Dark Souls effect. You see, this was the first card that was worded in such a way where the search would be delayed, causing uncertainty about how it would work. Previously, cards like Sangan would trigger immediately when they were sent from the field to the graveyard, and we didn't have any precedent for something that would search in the end phase. Therefore, it was left to the judge's interpretation, and they would rule that Dark Soul triggered immediately when he was sent from field to the graveyard, meaning that the same copy of Dark Soul could be resurrected and sent there yet again, accumulating multiple searches off of one single copy. Though this would later—
I don't think that makes sense.
be overruled years later. At the time, it would push X-Sabers to even greater heights than ever imaginable. And armed with heavy graveyard disruption like the DD Crow and the anti-Dark Floodgate Consecrated Light, the deck could go toe-to-toe with Infernity, resulting in a stalemate of power, with 7 X-Saber and 7 Infernity decks both making the top 32 cut of the tournament. So you can probably see why it was borderline impossible for Machina Gadgets, a deck that had received 0 new support from this game-breaking brand new set, to defeat multiple X-Saber and multiple Infernity decks across 15 rounds to win this tournament. And in the finals of this event, 7 judges were watching the match from every possible angle to ensure that Peter Chang did not pull any shenanigans. I'm not
at this point, they should just disqualify them, dude. What is this?
even joking. This was actually what happened. Yeah, they really wanted to cover their bases. And with the pressure on, he would defeat YPFL Stephen Harris, an Infernity player who, interestingly enough, Peter knew was not playing the Chimera Tech Fortress Dragon. Fortress Dragon was a direct counter to any machine deck, for it was a unique fusion monster that could be made without polymerization. Rather, the card introduced the concept of contact fusion, allowing the user to simply send away the fusion materials from the field to the graveyard.
Well, that's only if they have a Cyber Dragon. That only works if they have a Cyber Dragon. I don't know how common that was, but I guess it was part of the deck. The issue is that judges cannot spot illegal cheats constantly.
As long as they were all present on the field. It was specifically printed as a countermeasure to the advent of powerful machine decks that had plagued the game over the past couple of years. And its fusion materials would require Cyber Dragon plus any number of machine monsters from either side of...
This is in Spanish. Si solo tu adversario controla un monstruo, puedes invocar esta carta en modo especial desde tu mano. Thank you.
The field. This meant that a regular player could even utilize Peter's own Cyber Dragon, alongside his other machine monsters, to wipe his entire board on a whim. But at the very last minute before submitting his deck list, Harris decided to play an additional Synchro monster over Chimera Tech, theorizing that nobody would be crazy enough to play Machina Gadgets at this event. But evidently, Peter was crazy enough. This meant that he was able to keep his Cyber Dragon on the field without any fear of his machines being wiped away by one single fusion summon, adding additional pressure to his board, ultimately contributing to his victory, alongside the fact that Harris somehow drew the worst possible hands. The forums went absolutely crazy.
What?
Peter Chang, who...
I didn't catch that. I didn't understand. What was the strat here?
Nobody would be crazy enough to could even utilize Peter's own Cyber Dragon, alongside his other machine monsters, to wipe his entire board on a whim. But at the very last minute before submitting his deck list, Harris decided to play an additional Synchro monster over Chimera Tech, theorizing that nobody would be crazy enough to play Machina Gadgets at this event. But evidently, Peter was crazy enough. This meant that he was able...
Okay, I understand.
To keep his Cyber Dragon on the field without any fear of his machines being wiped away by one single fusion summon, adding additional pressure to his board, ultimately contributing to his victory, alongside the fact that Harris somehow drew the worst possible hands. The forums went absolutely crazy. Peter Chang, who everyone thought to be an egregious cheater, had won a championship event, and with the last deck anyone would have possibly imagined. Players had already begun buying out X-Saber and Infernity cards overnight, with the expectation that one of these two decks would easily sweep the event. But they were wrong. He had to have cheated, said the community, who completely dismissed Peter's victory with such an unconventional strategy. But outside of the allegations of potential misconduct, many players also brought forward anecdotes about Peter's overall character, with some claiming that he was highly egoistical and erratic, often rushing his opponents into making misplays, angle shooting, or carelessly grabbing their cards without permission. Others even hated his voice. It seemed like everyone had a reason to dislike the man, even more so now that he held a championship title. But regardless of whether or not Peter cheated, the general consensus seemed to
Hey guys, what's up? Whoa!
agree that he was highly annoying to play against. In a Reddit thread titled, "What's the worst player you ever dueled?" on the r/Yu-Gi-Oh subreddit, a hefty amount of replies were about Peter Chang. It seemed that a lot of players on the competitive circuit had witnessed his shenanigans at one point or another. With the spotlight illuminating his elevated notoriety, players began to complain about his apparent invulnerability. It seemed that no matter what penalties or disqualifications Peter received, he would receive no further suspensions. "I don't cheat. It's just I'm good and you're not," he would proclaim on.
What a defense. I love this. Yeah, no, like what could you say, right? How do you reply to this without sounding mad, right? This There's nothing you can do.
Mine, but some players decided to take matters into their own hands. You see, at a regional tournament just a week after his championship win, Peter would get jumped by a group of rare hunters trying to steal the coveted prize cards that he had brought with him to show off. But luckily for him, he would narrowly avoid disaster. And if you didn't believe that Yu-Gi-Oh could be serious business, well now you know. As a result, Peter would take a low profile over the next couple of weeks, but quickly found himself back into the swing of things to test for the upcoming national championship, the largest tournament of the year that would qualify a handful of players for the prestigious World Championship. But only 2 months later, things would finally devolve for this devoted duelist. In the year of 2010, Peter would attend the Yu-Gi-Oh! National Championship, and inside of the convention hall during check-in on Friday,
It looks scary. I don't know. It looks so empty.
he would sit down at a table with friends to work on their deck list and collectively theorize what the best tech cards would be. But as they lost themselves in the conversation, a judge suddenly tapped Peter on the shoulder. And at that moment, he would inform Peter that he was banned from organized play, effective immediately. Apparently as a further consequence of his original disqualification from Shonen Jump Los Angeles earlier that year, but also as an additional penalty in regards to another disqualification from a regional tournament that took place at some point between his championship victory and the Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals. But the rules committee would have to confer with their higher-ups to determine whether or not a suspension was warranted.
And I'm sorry, the editing is so funny, like how sometimes you just show like things like that, and I totally get what he's trying to say. W editing, really good editing. So funny.
Though it took some time, they had finally come to the green light to ban Peter Chang from organized play. After being caught on multiple different occasions with suspicious shuffling, conspicuous sleeves, performing illegal plays, and numerous penalties and multiple disqualifications, Peter's guardian angel had done all it could, and the consequences had finally caught up to him. And at that very moment, Peter would be forced to leave not only the venue, but also the game itself for the next few years. Understandably, he was completely crushed. This was a devastating blow to a large part of his life that he devoted so much time and effort to.
This is just like the first half of the video. Like, oh, I wonder where this is going. I want to see that the actual thing, like the video here.
But if there's at least one takeaway from the story so far, we know that Peter was extremely determined. And even a forceful setback like this would not...
I can only please one person each day. Today is not your day. Tomorrow doesn't look good either.
Stop him.
Okay. Of Smash music.
5 years later, Peter Chang would return with an even greater vengeance. By now, the game was a lot more popular, and events were getting way more players than before. And at the same time, not only had the power creep completely changed the game itself, but there were also complex online simulators where the best players could practice, competitive articles and guides available online, and less secrets that were held by the inner circles of the pro players. It was a completely new generation of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Online forums were slowly being drained of their culture as a trend towards social media and Facebook groups had facilitated discussion and theory, pushing even the average player at the time to one that would have dominated the scene only 5 years prior. But
oh my god. I need to see Farfa's reaction to this. I need to wait, hold on. It's in the recommended. Is it recommended? I need to see Farfa's reaction to that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I need to know. Wait. It's here, right? I think it has to be. Yeah, it has to be this. That's so funny.
12 years ago, by the way. This is 12 years ago.
As a trend towards social media and Facebook groups had facilitated discussion and theory, pushing even the average player at the time.
What did he just say?
Wait, no! I was covering. Hold on. I was covering it. That's so funny. Hold on.
What?
I'm an ad. Time.
What did he just say? Wait, what did he just say? What? Why am I here?
Facebook groups had facilitated discussion and theory, pushing even the average player at the time to one that would have dominated the scene only 5 years prior. But
oh my god, I love this, dude.
I'll take average player. I'll take it.
You know, it's a compliment in a way. It's a compliment.
I'll take that. That's an insane insult to the average player at the time.
Wow. Banned?
You're banned.
Or just 1 minute?
You're banned.
Peter, of course.
Okay, I just need to know. I'm sorry, I just need to know. Okay, let's go back to the video. Let's go back to the video. Hello, Pegasus. Welcome.
Peter,
it's like when the MC dies in the middle of the movie, you know something wild is gonna happen. Yeah, exactly. It's like there's no way that the main character like is dead. There's no way. We're just like a 40-minute scene. What do you mean? Like it's obviously not a real thing. Obviously.
Of course, was still following the game even during his ban. And now that he could enter tournaments and sanctioned events once again, he quickly adapted. Defeating thousands of players, he would make top 32 of both YCS Columbus and the National Championship in 2015 with his new favorite deck, the Teller Knights. A strategy
I can't believe it. I can't believe 5 years.
whose signature monster ironically searched for another copy of a Teller Knight monster from his deck, just like the gadgets. Yeah,
Beautiful.
Peter seemed to love cards that would search his deck. It was almost a combination of his two favorite decks in the past, Lightsworn and Gadgets. His confidence with the Teller Knights would also propel him to win the Ultimate Duelist series, an exclusive tournament comprising of the nation's top-ranked players, granting him the championship bout and also 2 buys for the first 2 rounds of all foreseeable tournaments to come. This was
You know what? I find that really interesting, the like what every like player plays and how this guy basically had a time skip, right? And you see them playing a completely different deck that is not what they used to play. But like now, like it makes sense, you know? It's the type of deck that you will imagine them playing. I don't know, I haven't followed, like I know what like the players play now, the pro players, but I would like to see if there is like a video or something to see the evolution of what type of decks they were playing, right, in each time. Like for example, like Joshua Schmidt is like playing, what is he playing right now? Dracotail, right? I feel like he plays either Dracotail or Sky Striker, Dracotail, right? But like what, I don't know what he played before that. I don't know. I only know the meta how it is now, right? It would be interesting to see that, like how, yeah, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
It was a prestigious achievement that only the upper echelon of duelists had ever attained, once again engraving Peter Chang into competitive Yu-Gi-Oh history. It quickly became obvious that Peter Chang was once again a force to be reckoned with, though whether due to pure skill was less than debatable, at least according to the general opinion online. His explosive resurrection was certainly less than the community had anticipated, but at the same time, it reinvigorated the excitement of having a scandalous player in the relatively calm competitive Yu-Gi-Oh scene. And in the following year, Peter Chang would find continued success, landing himself in the top 16 of YCS Columbus, again with Teller Knights, and in the top 32 of YCS Providence with Cosmo. It was without a doubt that the man had a compelling mind when it came to the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! While other players experimented with different options, Peter was an early pioneer of utilizing just one singular deck across multiple events until mastery, a notion that would become popular years later. His core theory and methodology with
it wasn't a thing before. Interesting.
The game was definitely well ahead of its time, but unsurprisingly, Peter's tactics would once again catch up with him. And at the start of the 2017 season, Peter would be disqualified and banned yet again for an extended period of time. With his legacy frozen, the community would largely forget about Peter Chang once again, but nothing would prepare them for what would happen next.
Oh, I can't wait.
If you're enjoying this video, I just want to let you know that there's a lot more content like this in the horizon. So thanks for hitting that subscribe button and liking the video.
I'm just saying, these are just so...
Both of these monsters cannot be on the field right now.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, cause... Just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Just saying. I'm just saying the moves are so basic. Oh my freaking god.
Where's my healer?
Guys, he's just saying.
In 2017, competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Had grown to be extremely popular, but in the competitive scene, there was a pressing issue. Players had slowly become disillusioned with the way that the game was being run officially. Formal rulings, like for XX Saber Dark Soul, were often delayed for months or years, because Konami Japan overseas was in charge of setting up these rulings and giving context to the judges, but for whatever reason, they just never did. Tournaments also failed to distribute any cash prizing, providing only prize cards and playmats instead, which was hardly a consolidation considering a lot of the players were spending hundreds and thousands of dollars to travel and accommodate themselves for these major tournaments. Not to mention the other popular card games at the time all had lucrative cash prizes. Whereas in Yu-Gi-Oh, making even the top 16 of a 2,000-man tournament would mean you get a felt playmat and some booster packs as the sole prizing. The
I want one of those. I want the playmats. They look so cool. I want one of those from the tournaments. I don't wanna have my, what is it called? My Jaden and Jubel playmat that I got for like $20 or something. I want a cool one that is unique, not unique, that means something. That's like a cool price to me. I mean, money's cool, but the playmat!
Ridiculousness of which would expand into top 8 with players receiving an Xbox 360 when the Xbox One had already been out for nearly 1 full year. So
I want the laundry dragon made plushie. That sounds also cool. That sounds cool.
basically, to earn your money back or to be profitable, so to speak, as a professional Yu-Gi-Oh player, you would have to make top 3 at the very minimum in order to get a copy of the prize card that could be sold for significant value on the secondary market. So needless to say, a lot of the players had become slowly more and more disillusioned and were pissed off. But a large and popular Texas game store named Ultra Reality Games, or ARG for short, took advantage of the situation and launched their own circuit of tournaments. And you guessed it, with cash money on the line. Much like the Star City game circuit for Magic the Gathering, these events were pushed by many pro players who partnered with the brand and boasted better policies, up-to-date rulings, and a generous lump sum should you win or place well in the tournament. They would put a focus on content and social media, live streaming each event, and often with commentary from prominent players on the mic.
Wait, why don't we have this? Squiddy? What?
Providing a feel that was akin to that of early Smash Brothers tournaments like Genesis or grassroots tournaments in the FGC. Feature matches were chosen by the audience with a focus specifically on well-known players. And tournament records of these players and their storylines were placed at the forefront of coverage. Rivalries and grudge matches were common, top-notch content
so cool,
that would have
right?
never been featured on
Wait, do we have this? Do we still have these things, these tournaments? Because I haven't heard like people talking about this, but this sounds awesome.
Official Yu-Gi-Oh channel.
Okay, yeah, we'll
No?
$500. Let's go. Alright, you gonna talk shit, you can talk shit to my face. Alright? And I'll play that shit. So Tennessee, beating this motherfucker's ass for $500. You better sure you bring that shit.
But most importantly, these tournaments generated immense hype for the game, which was never
ARG got shut down by Konami because the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh requested no cash prizes. That's so sad. We cannot have cool things.
before seen. It would be the perfect stomping grounds for Peter, for he was otherwise suspended from official tournament play. And unsurprisingly, Peter would instantly set his focus on grinding the ARG circuit, attending several events with little problem, and receiving a handful of feature matches, to which the YouTube comments could be pretty amusing. But one particular match would catch the attention of the entire world and bring the spotlight on Peter Chang once more. ARG Championship Series Springfield 2017. It's round 5 and Peter is currently 5-0. He sits down to meet face-to-face with Fraser Smith, a pro player with a championship win himself, alongside dozens of other accolades.
Okay, so this player is the one who reacted to this video. That sounds very interesting to watch too. We can see. Well, I don't know if we want to watch the whole reaction, right? Because it will be even longer. But we can give it a try.
Fraser had previously won YCS Atlanta using a unique Gravekeeper strategy during a graveyard-based plant synchro metagame, but he had since taken a break for some time and was just returning to the game. The tournament format would revolve around Zodiac, a powerful engine that could be played as its own pure deck or splashed into other strategies. They would completely break the Xyz mechanic, which previously allowed the player to summon out an extra deck monster by stacking 2 or more monsters with the same levels on top of each other. But with the Zodiacs, the extra deck monsters could be overlaid on top of one single monster. It was textbook power creep at its finest. Zodiac Broadbow could search for another Zodiac monster from the deck, while Zodiac Trident was an endboard piece that could destroy a face-up card during either player's turn. Now this of course already generated unreal advantage from just one single monster, being able to search for a card to replace itself and then also destroy a card on your turn and another card on the opponent's turn at the minimum. But it gets even
Oh, hey, a deck I actually know? That's so funny. You don't know gadgets? Like, I also don't know that any of the decks, like, that we have seen. I knew that gadgets because of the event, the gadgets with the machina or whatever it is. Yeah, but it wasn't played like this. It wasn't played like this. Definitely no. It didn't have Jinso because it doesn't work like that apparently.
Even better. You see, their signature monster, the Zodiac Rapier, could special summon 2 more copies of itself from the deck whenever it was overlaid as a material. The new copies of Rapier could then be overlaid into any other rank 4, with Daigusto Emerald being the premium choice, for it could then recycle back the Zodiac Rapiers to draw a card and allow for the Rapier loop to be conducted again on the next turn. While Fraser utilized a pendulum Zodiac strategy with Metaphors, Peter would instead combine his Zodiacs with the Infernoid engine. It seems that Peter would be nostalgic about prior decks that he'd seen success with, for just like the Lightsworns, the Infernoids were heavily mill reliant. They could resurrect themselves from the graveyard by banishing other Infernoids, and had explosive effects that could wipe the entire field, while negating either a spell or trap card in the
Wait,
case.
no one plays this. Is this like... Does this go like Power Crypt or Power Crypt or what? Or are they like banned? Like some of the cards, like they kill the deck because they banned an important card. Because I've never seen anyone play this.
Of a Noku or a monster effect with Deviati. But the Zodiacs meshed really well into this strategy because the Rapier combo could end on Bujinte Kagutsuchi, a rank 4 who could mill 5 cards from the top of the deck. So imagine being able to search a Zodiac monster, pop up to 2 cards, and also...
There is no way people don't play it because it's so hard to play. There is no way.
Mill 5 cards from the top of your deck thanks to 1 lone monster. That's how broken the Zodiac
Just
engine
old?
was. But that's not all, because the deck also had access to one of the strongest in-engine cards ever printed, and also very much alike Peter's favorite card, the Future Fusion. You see, just like Future Fusion, Void Imagination let the user fusion summon by using monsters from their deck, as long as the opponent controlled a monster that was special summoned from the extra deck. This would be...
Okay, like when you could play a bunch of stuff, why would you play Inferno? Because it's not as good, not because it's harder to play, right? If it's harder to play but it's better, then people will play it. But it's not because it's harder, it's because it's just not as good. That's what I'm saying, right? Because it's an old deck. No, Inferno is good? Alright, dude.
Be used to fusion summon the Infernoid Tiara, who could be made using any number of Infernoid monsters. Meaning, just like the Chimeratech Overdragon, the user would effectively send all of the Infernoid names from their deck to the graveyard, which of course could be brought back using their own effects. Upon summon, Infernoid Tiara would allow both players to send the top 3 cards of their deck to the graveyard, and also 3 cards from the extra deck to the graveyard as well, allowing Peter to send copies of Elder Entity Entis to pop a free card on the field, Cyframe Lord Omega to disrupt the opponent's graveyard, or just additional copies of Tiara to serve as fodder to banish from the graveyard to resurrect the other Infernoids. An unfathomable level of advantage from one single card, meaning just like Future Fusion, if Void Imagination resolved, the game was effectively over on the spot. The Infernoid Zodiac deck had everything that Peter liked in the past, from milling to activating Future Fusion. But the downside, of course, was having to play Infernoid monsters who really aren't that appealing to draw on their own. But
we just don't... Okay, so okay, you're saying that it's not like Inferno is good, but the current meta just doesn't suit it. So Inferno gets played when we get massive mill deck again. We just don't have a mill meta right now, so it's not good in this meta. So it's not good in this meta because they are better cards, right? Is that how it works? Or am I saying something dumb? I think it makes sense. Yeah, so like whenever you get decks that mill that play 60, you play a bunch of Infernoids. I don't know, to me just it sounds like it's just not good in this meta, right? It's not Tier Lament. It is not Tier Lament, you're right. You're right. We will see. We'll see.
Here's where the deck had an edge. It could take advantage of That Grass Looks Greener, one of the strongest cards in the history of the game. Grass would allow the user to mill cards from the top of their deck equal to the difference in their deck size and the opponent's. Since a minimum deck count was 40, most players would play exactly this number to maximize the chances of drawing the strongest cards in their deck. With Grass, however, the player could easily max their deck count to 60, meaning a guaranteed mill for at least 20 cards against most opponents that were playing 40, or even more cards if the opponent went went first and had already thinned their deck via searching. Resolving Grass would fill the graveyard with a plethora of Infernoids and also Fairy Tale Snow, a monster with an on-demand quick effect that summoned itself back by banishing any 7 cards from the graveyard, just like Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. Upon summon, Snow was a disruption as it flipped an opposing monster face down. And for this reason, with Grass being so overpowered, the deck also played 3 copies of Left Arm Offering, a card that can search for any spell card in your deck, including Grass, but at the steep cost of banishing the player's entire hand. And game 1 would start with Peter winning the die roll, activating Left Arm Offering, only to discard his entire hand to the graveyard instead of banishing it. His very first action of the game...
I feel like that's an obvious thing. Come on. Come on. That's such an obvious thing. Like, who? Nobody noticed that?
Was an illegal play that was so egregiously illegal that it's honestly kind of surprising. The card itself says banished. If it discarded...
The opponent did not rate...
it would be way too broken, especially with a graveyard-based deck that wants to mill. Peter's excuse later on would be that he had only picked up the deck 5 minutes prior to the tournament and his friend had made the deck completely for him, even though it was round 5 and both players were undefeated. On top of...
There's no way you have won 5 matches and never read that card. There is no way. Why would you cheat like this at this point of the tournament? That is so dumb.
He did this in a feature match that was live streamed in 4K HD to thousands of people around the world. But what was more shocking was the fact that neither Fraser nor the judge would immediately catch this. Though
it's something so outrageous that nobody processed it, I guess. My dog ate my deck. That is so funny. There were 2 judges watching. What is this?
In Fraser's defense, he did mention that he was on hiatus and took a long time break, so he didn't really know all of the cards to the...
Okay, I can forgive Fraser? Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce the name. Mr. Smith, right? I can understand that. That makes sense. It's easily provable, right? Because there is no way to know every card. But this is the card that you are playing. You have played and won games with it. There is no way you don't know. It has to be an addiction to cheating. It's the only way. Yeah. I think you're right there. Yeah.
The exact wire. Of course, the chat at the time would go completely bonkers, having caught the error and attempting to notify the commentators and the staff. Though some time would pass before someone finally caught wind of it, so play would continue as normal, with Peter activating the search copy of Grass, now milling a large chunk of his deck, which surprisingly lacked a chunk of Infernoid names. In fact, it was probably one of the worst possible mills. But he would be able to bring back an Infernoid Deviati by banishing the few 3 names that he did have in the graveyard, including at least one that he happened to discard with Left Arm Offering, meaning that the first illegal play had now created a second illegal play. Play passes over to Fraser, who then normal summons a copy of Eccentric Archfiend, now threatening the Deviati. So Peter is forced to banish 7 cards from his graveyard to resurrect the Fairy Tale Snow.
Oh, sorry, but that was so dramatic.
The way that he so Peter is forced to banish 7 cards from his graveyard to resurrect the Fairy Tale Snow and flip face down the Archfiend Eccentric. But as Fraser lays down his next 2 cards,
play is immediately halted.
The head judge sits down at the table, having been alerted from the Twitch chat that something fishy, to say the least, had occurred earlier in the game.
Oh, you have to banish your hand? He discarded his hand.
Oh, I discarded my hand.
Oh, crap.
Neither Fraser nor Peter can remember.
Why is that silence? Like, shouldn't is there not like a rule book? Is there the judges should immediately know what this means, right? Is that not how it works? Is this not like a textbook thing?
Remember the original. Neither Fraser nor Peter can remember the original contents of Peter's hand, so the judges have no choice but to huddle together and talk it over.
What is there to talk? What the hell? The way his opponent looked at him, that's so funny.
After a few minutes of heavy deliberation, the judges return to the table to inform the players that the game state is now irreparable because so much has happened since Peter discarded his hand. Peter argues that it's his first time playing the deck and he had no idea, and even asked for them to rewind the stream to try and piece together their hands so play can be rewinded, but at this point it's kind of hard to do that when a bajillion cards have been milled and an entire turn has passed.
It's going to be a procedural error for both players, a warning for Fraser, and a game loss for you. as you do gain mass advantage from not banishing your hand.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
A bajillion cards have been milled, and an entire turn has passed.
It's going to be a procedural error for both players, a warning for Frazier.
A warning? What did Frazier do? Just like not noticing? Interesting.
And a game loss for you. As you do.
Yeah, like a warning? How does that work? Any judges in the chat? They can explain why that happened? You cannot blame like the other player for not knowing a card in the opponent's deck. Both players are responsible for upholding a proper game state. But I'm not gonna read every single card. Like, my opponent is the one cheating, not me. If they misplay, because you have to call out your opponent's plays. But he didn't know. He didn't read the card. He just like believed the opponent. If you're not gonna trust your opponent and read every single card, like the games will take like way longer, right? It will be so awkward to play if you're gonna read every single card. Not my words, those are the rules. I feel like in this case, like, I don't know. Like, it's not part of greed. You have to take a glimpse sometimes. Sometimes. I don't know. Yeah, that's a little weird, but I guess that's how it is.
As you do gain mass advantage from not banishing your hand there.
Should have just said something earlier. I mean, the judge is right here.
I mean, to be honest, a game loss is
getting.
That is also true. That is also true. Like, the judges are the ones who should know. And if someone should get a warning, it's the judges. Because it's their job that these things don't happen, right? They are there. Force opponent to read, or they know. It is your responsibility, which is why I love playing off meta decks. Force opponents to read, or they don't know what I'm playing. And you think that's fun? The hell? That's so weird.
The minimum for something that happens like this. I could be taking you over to a table and talking to you right now, but I'm not, because I don't think
So
it was
this is-
intent. I
okay,
think it was
so-
just accidental.
Instead of being grateful to the head judge, who had given Peter the minimum possible penalty, as he didn't believe that Peter deliberately made the illegal play, a salty Peter complains that the table judge should have caught his illegal play earlier and not waited until Fraser actually drew his card for turn, even though it was his own fault in the first place that the illegal play even happened.
The judge should have just said something earlier.
But we,
You know what I'm saying?
no one at this table knew what that.
Yeah, I'm saying you should have said something earlier, not let it go to your turn and then say something.
Alright. Don't be mean, Peter.
No, I'm just saying.
I understand. Don't be mean.
Just saying. If they had said it earlier.
I'm sorry. This is I don't know. This sounds like a skit. This sounds like a skit. It's so funny.
We could have like fixed
Absolutely, but
Peter receives a game loss penalty, so he's now down 0-1 in the best of 3. The community goes absolutely crazy. Twitch chat, Reddit, Facebook groups are all once again
Facebook
talking
groups.
about Peter Chang. Cheater Pang had returned.
What are they saying? Oh, great. This is gonna look bad.
yeah.
Always is.
There's some uncomfortable silence as
Okay.
the two players side deck for the next game, with Peter opting to go first since he lost. He looks at his hand for a minute, pondering, then activates Zodiac Barrage to special summon a Zodiac Rapier from his deck, commencing the Rapier combo by overlaying into Borbo, then Tiger Mortar, detaching Boar so he can special summon a second copy of Rapier from the deck via its own effect. Standard plays, of course. He then proceeds further into the combo, overlaying Broadbow over Tiger Mortar, resetting the first Rapier's effect so
I
it can be
wonder where
used to
this is
special
gonna
summon
go.
a third copy from his deck. But as he goes through his deck for the other Rapier, he shortcuts the other effect of Zodiac Broadbow, who can detach a material to search for a Zodiac monster. Except Peter completely forgets to detach a material for the cost of this effect. Illegal play number 3 of this match. This also makes it so he only has 2 monsters in his graveyard, which stiffs his next play as he's not allowed to legally use the effect of his Daigusto Emerald to shuffle back 3 monsters from the graveyard into the deck, since there's only 2 monsters in the graveyard at the time of the activation.
You don't have enough targets. You have to have.
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
I need to pay attention.
Yeah, like, how the fuck did I fuck that up? Give me a second.
Yeah, what'd you do wrong, Peter? What did you do?
Yeah,
wrong?
like, what?
This combo always ends with that Gusto Emerald. How did you mess this up?
Yeah, what the fuck happened?
Oh no, what happened?
Illegal play number 4. Now, I genuinely want to believe that Peter made an honest mistake here, because it's certainly not in his favor if he can't resolve the Dagusto Emerald to draw the free card. But it seems like he initially caught himself when he goes to detach and realizes that it's an illegal action. But then he tries to go through with it again before the judge stops him. So take that for what you will. Now, at this point, both Peter and his opponent are confused and are wondering what the heck he just did, because the current game state makes absolutely zero sense.
Okay, this one is kind of realistic, to be honest. Like, this could happen. Like, I can see this, like, I don't know, but it's because it's him that is, like, harder to justify.
This game. I don't want to play anymore.
So real.
I'm done. I want to go home. I just want to go home. I have no idea what just happened.
What should have been an extremely linear and standard combo line has somehow been fudged, and the numbers are just not adding up. As Peter mutters to himself, he proceeds to activate Void Banishment to try and search for Void Feast, a trap card that strengthens his end board and would summon out multiple Infernoids during the opponent's turn, all while asking himself what the hell he just did wrong. But little does he know, he's about to make illegal play number 5, though we'll get back to this in a second. At this moment, the table judge points out that he hadn't detached from his Broad Bowl for the effect of Rapier earlier, something that's still easily fixable, though technically at a warning for Peter, which the judge forgets to give him.
Chad told me to remind you to detach for something. Detach for bullet search. Oh, I guess.
Dude, what is this? Like, chat told me? Oh yeah, chat told me. Oh, thank you, chat. What would I do without you? Like, and ironically, like, I'm glad that we have a chat here, because what happened in the other matches where there was no one, that when it wasn't stream and there was no chat? Unbelievable.
It was that. You probably were supposed to detach for that.
There is 1,000 eyes, they see all.
Alright, so yeah, that's like, wait, something happened, that's why.
Something went wrong.
Yes.
To make things even more confusing, Peter then asks the judge if he still has to activate the Void Banishment, or if they can rewind to him shuffling and drawing a card first.
So,
That is the best judge. Dude, it's so funny because more often than not here, it happens that I get one guide and someone says like, oh, but you could have done this. And then I'm like, yeah, you're right, I'm so dumb. And then I read it again, no, that's an illegal play. And they're like, oh, okay, my bad. And then it's me, the one who looks like an idiot. And the chat is just like, oh, my bad. And that's it, right? That's so funny.
You even still need to do this first? Because I was originally going to do that.
Oh god, I don't want to play anymore. Don't ask me anything.
Alright. Do you know what I'm saying?
What happened?
I think I was supposed to detach.
What's between you? God, can this not be my life right now?
I'm still gonna make
Why is he so nervous? I understand, right? Like, it's obviously an awkward situation, but I feel like he's like reacting in such a... I mean, I would probably react the same way, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, that's why the judge is a middleman is needed. So true, but it almost seems like the judge was not doing much here.
I just want to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Hold on, don't make any moves.
Okay.
Peter decides that the outcome is the same anyways, so he proceeds with his next play.
Yes, just stay here. Just saying.
Yo, please.
Peter overlays for Zodiac Trident and then tributes the Dagusto Emerald to summon out Vanity's Fiend, a powerful card that he brought in from his side deck that
Wow.
locks his opponent out from special
What
summoning.
a card.
As if this wasn't enough, he then passes his turn and flips up the Anti-Spell Fragrance, locking the opponent completely out of any spell cards.
Okay, in Peter's defense there, he always sounded nervous. That's so funny.
During their turn, with the Void Beast poised to summon out 3 Infernoids during Fraser's turn, and the Vanity's Fiend preventing him from summoning any monsters, this is effectively an unbreakable end board that should be an automatic win for Peter. Even worse for Fraser is the fact that he drew his one of in the form of Speedroid Tacum Tomborg, a useless engine piece that you'd never want to draw. While Fraser would have probably scooped up his cards immediately against any other player, in the back of his head he still knew that he was playing against Peter Chang. And if the first game was any indication, anything can happen when you're playing against Peter Chang. And the
There's no way. Peter's biggest enemy is himself.
longer that you stay in the game, the more likely it is that he might have made an illegal play, which he did, because a judge suddenly pauses the game yet again.
So wait.
Why can't he summon dragon? That's all chat said. He cannot summon dragon. So as soon as
Again.
That's all
That's all chat said.
chat said. He cannot summon dragon. So as soon as he finishes that.
Oh god, what is happening now? Yeah, oh, is it because you activated that card? Does that card do something?
Yeah, you can. Does that card do something?
Most special summon monsters other than Infernoids. So this is why I'm supposed to do this first. So, like, this is unbelievable.
This is another game state. I'm done. I just what is happening?
Someone in the chat had noticed that Peter cheated yet again by summoning non-Infernoid monsters after resolving his Void Vanishment. You see, Void Vanishment has a line of text at the very end that says for
You cannot normal special summon monster for the rest of his turn, except Infernoid monsters.
the rest of the turn after you resolve this card's effect, you cannot summon any monsters except for Infernoids. And Fraser even picked up this card to read earlier, but it has so much text that it was just easy to miss.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot expect the opponent to read everything, right? Because like there is so much.
Card, add one void from your deck. Except, okay. Also,
you read it.
For the rest of the turn, okay.
So in this very basic combo line, Peter had effectively messed up everything. He was supposed to summon out the Zodiac Trident and Vanity's Fiend before activating the Void Vanishment as the final layer of his combo, so the monster lock wouldn't matter. But he didn't.
So you can't even summon Vanity's Fiend?
No.
Oh my god.
See, I told you this was supposed to be done first, and then this is supposed to be at the end, but you know.
Oh,
What do you know? What do we know? What do you mean you know? Oh my god. What do you think is the best type of I guess content in the Yu-Gi-Oh space? I think this type of videos are really funny. Not funny, really interesting, really entertaining, and really informative too. I like this type of videos, yes. You can read it, but not everything. Yeah, exactly. You can read all of it, but your brain is not gonna process all of it because it's just too much, and you are thinking about so many things. So I cannot blame. I keep like mispronouncing his name. Fraser? Yeah, I cannot blame him.
He can't do this or this.
Yeah,
like,
no, he can't do either
I'm
of that.
so
That's
done.
what I'm saying.
I
This
just
was supposed to be done first.
Yo, he
and
can't
then,
do
like,
either
he
one
said
of
I had to
these
do this.
things. Oh, your
Oh,
whole
no.
field is illegal.
I think he's supposed to be activated last. I knew that. Oh my freaking god.
This is the most.
We went from a game one, game loss to.
Oh my god.
And then.
Who is that guy? No, Fraser got a warning earlier because they caused an fixable illegal game state. Yeah, and it's happening again. It happened again.
It's not like it's
Okay, so you didn't even somehow you pulled off activating an XC without detaching and didn't get a procedural error.
That's why I said, like, where did it go wrong? Like, this happens all the time.
he went to go for Dagusta
And now,
right.
and now you have Dryden Vanities, which is a procedural error.
After
you do know where this is going, Pete.
But I'm just saying, like, it's not intentional. Like, you know, these moves are just I don't.
The radius
I know, but I'm just saying, these are just so.
Both of these monsters cannot be on the field right now.
Like, you know where a procedural error goes after.
I know, but I'm saying, like, this was, like, I don't know how it walked up to this. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is so. It's so.
Peter realizes this, but has little to say beyond.
It's so basic, and it's like these moves are just so basic. They're not like.
Pretty
And these
much
are just like
outgoing.
basic moves from these.
Someone talking
God, this is like the most common basic moves, and it's like.
Then why are you messing
No,
them
I'm
up?
just saying, cause
the chat and the.
Cause what? Cause what? Well, I want to hear him. I want to hear him. What he has to say. It's not intentional, says the cheater, right? Oh my god.
Judge were really unamused. In addition to this, Peter had gone away scot-free without receiving even a warning for his illegal plays earlier in the match. He doesn't really have anything to defend himself with, besides his new catchphrase.
These moves are just like the basic moves, you know? Oh my freaking god. And it's just a basic turn one move. It's not even like, no, but it's so
And I'm not going
basic. I'm just saying the moves are so basic. And it's
that's what
just,
you should be happy.
the moves are just so basic, it's unreal what's happening.
Because they
Wait,
were
who is there? Yeah.
technically basic moves, but he kept repeating himself as if there was some sliver of hope that the judges would let him rewind and actually do the combo the right way.
It's not like there was any interaction with this move. They're just basic moves.
If they're basic moves, then why did you messed up, right? Like, there has to be, like, is there a chance that he always cheats so he doesn't know how to actually like play it properly because he's always cheating? Or I mean, there is a chance that he was just like nervous, like being on camera. That could also happen, but it's so weird.
This was like, it's not even like there was any interact. Basically, I don't know where it went wrong.
I think he went wrong getting into the car this morning.
I keep hearing basic, and I'm like, I feel like he's a white girl right now.
What?
It's like, it's so basic, it's so basic. Either way, the match is over.
And it's just a basic turn one move. It's not even like, this was like, it's not even like there was any interaction in the game.
God.
You turn, oh my freaking god.
Where's my healer? I need my healer. Oh. Oh, this is so unreal. I can't. You've actually left
I'm just saying.
At one point, he would seemingly get annoyed and would even proceed to blame the judges.
Because he keeps coming over and saying, I'm just saying, but you guys are not saying, and why are you not saying it after the move is done? And he's like not saying anything either.
Because I'm still learning what these do.
Saying that
Oh my god, it's true though in a way. Like the judge is also like just learning what those cards do, right? He's not used to those cards. That's so funny. At least the opponent had a good laugh and a free win. Fraser only played like one card, right? The whole match and won. That's so funny.
He didn't point out his illegal moves, and they were distracting him by walking back and forth to his table to check on the game.
This is unreal. I hope you know. I just hope you know. I'm letting you know. Oh my god. He literally did nothing. And like no one is like saying this after the move's already done. Unbelievable. Thanks, Judge. You're a real help, by the way. If it was anybody else, literally, that would have not had slide. Just saying.
I have no comments. I am simply going to go to the bathroom.
This is actually just insane.
The stream chat went absolutely crazy. Fraser had only played a total of 4 Yu-Gi-Oh cards, only to win the match 2-0, including a game that was basically unwinnable.
Yeah, this has to be crazy on stream. I just know.
I know.
I just know the stream has been going crazy. I've literally drawn 2 hands. Game 1, Summon Archfiend Eccentric. Game 2, Summon Talking Tomboy. And this is all I've done in the last 30 minutes.
Oh my freaking god.
Actual hard evidence of Peter's shenanigans had finally unraveled to the world in front of thousands of people watching. The legendary moment would forever be embedded in Yu-Gi-Oh history. Peter's defense? It was apparently his first time ever playing the deck, and Peter's friend had helped them build the deck before the tournament.
He was 5-0!
Tell somebody, build your deck.
Alright.
And you have no idea how to play it. Unbelievable.
Now, as funny as it sounds, I honestly think I might actually agree with Peter here. I don't think he deliberately tried to cheat, at least not in the second game. His sequence of play was so counterintuitive, and he had nothing to gain from it. In fact, if he played his basic combo the way that he should have in the second game, his hand was basically an automatic win. The head judge was also quite reasonable, and he didn't believe that Peter's actions were deliberate.
So, it's also my first time playing this deck too,
Peter,
but...
Here's the plus side.
Oh my
I don't
God.
think you're purposely cheating.
No, but it's so basic. I'm just saying the moves are so basic, and it's just.
What you should be happy with.
But it's not that. It's just the moves are just so basic. It's unreal what's happening.
So Peter would receive only a match penalty and not a disqualification, allowing him to play further into the tournament. But he wouldn't do too hot, having been pretty tilted from this match to say the least. The match would be posted throughout social media, forums, Facebook groups, Reddit. Everyone in the community would witness the hilarity. And more than anything, it was fantastic entertainment. But the story doesn't end here. Ironically, Peter's official ban from the Konami organized events would be lifted around that time, granting him the ability to attend YCS Seattle only 1 week after the ARG incident. He would play the same deck, with one of his opponents going on Reddit to note that Peter was unpleasant, extremely rushed, and grabbed his cards without asking, overall being a very annoying opponent to play against. And at this tournament, Peter would somehow get disqualified and banned yet again. Though the exact reason for his disqualification wasn't explicitly confirmed, according to a user on Reddit, it was allegedly for UC cheating related to something with the graveyard. Now I know what you're thinking. Based on the prior story so far, you probably think that Peter would return to get his revenge once more. But this was seemingly the nail in the coffin for Peter's career as a player, for he would surprisingly not return to the competitive scene. But Peter's ghost would somehow still be in the community and haunt it in other ways.
How so?
Also, if you guys made it this far into the video, it hopefully means that you enjoy my content. And I want to let you know really quick, I do have a Patreon page where you can get early access to my future videos like this one and behind the scenes content, including footage from these stories that didn't make the final cut.
Where's this going?
With his career as a player effectively ended, or at least on extended hiatus, Peter still couldn't leave the game that he devoted so much of his life to. Now, remember how we mentioned earlier that Peter would buy and sell cards to fund his travels? Well, it turns out that being banned from playing, Peter would instead shift his complete attention onto buying and selling cards, creating an online store on the eBay-owned platform TCG Player. But over the next few months, across buy and sell groups on Facebook, there would be complaints about a certain TCG Player account by the name of Illumina, which was probably inspired by the Lightsworn monster, if you see where I'm going with this. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Trade complaints, a group consisting of over 11,000 members, several customers would state that this seller had sent them damaged, high-value cards. In one case, it was a Starlight Rare IP Masquerena, which at the time had a market value of over $1,000 USD.
What?
But many others were even less fortunate, where they would not receive their order at all, having to complain to TCG Player support in order to get a refund. With such a concentrated group of Yu-Gi-Oh! Players, many were quick to call out that Lumina was in fact an online store that was owned and operated by Peter Chang. Quite a fitting name, as Lightsworns were one of his most successful decks over a decade prior. As time passed, there were more and more complaints about Peter, ranging from damaged cards that were received not as pictured, to more orders not being received at all. This was a recurring trend, for it seemed that Peter was extremely forgetful, or maybe he just didn't intend to ship out the smaller cards in the first place in the hopes that the customer might forget. Stories would also trickle across the internet to Reddit, where a thread asking sellers to watch out for on TCG Player would have the most upvoted response be about Lumina. Some less than fortunate players would receive their order, but it would be missing a card or two. With other orders, his communication through TCG Player would be less than accommodating, with the buyer having to send multiple messages only to get one sentence in reply before getting ghosted.
Hello, Ashu. Welcome. Dude, I can't believe this. Like, how do you live like this? I don't know. It's an addiction, right? Like people in chat were saying, right? It's an addiction at this point. He cannot stop.
A belligerent customer who didn't receive his package directly slid into Peter Chang's DMs, with Peter asking, "But how you know it was me?" before being informed that there were many threads about him online. "Oh wow, can't believe there's a thread," he would say. "That's kinda cool." Peter then stated that the package was delivered and provided a tracking number to prove it, except it wasn't delivered to the right address. But with a quick glance at the screenshots, it seems that the buyer was actually moving during his deal with Peter, so we can't fully attribute fault to Peter here. But I thought it was interesting that one person just had enough and actually slid into Peter's personal DMs. Another member alleged that Peter canceled an order he made after the card's price surged overnight, only to relist the exact same cards on the same day that the order was canceled at a higher price. One customer even felt blackmailed and threatened by Peter Chang, though there wasn't any hard evidence beyond their comment. People quickly realized that Lumina, aka Peter Chang, was to be avoided at all costs. And to the hilarity of the entire community, one unsuspecting fellow would ask for a reference check on Peter Chang, only for the threat to be met with almost 200 laugh reacts. Luckily, he asked before making a deal with Peter. All of this would culminate in a chunk of terrible feedback in Lumina's store on TCG Player, with over 55 pages to a total of 548 negative reviews, and Peter Chang being added to the community blacklist for bad traders and scammers. But in Peter's defense, he somehow still had a positive lifetime rating, with 99.4% on over 50,000 sales, which means that he had actually sold a lot of cards successfully. And though rare, among the heaps of negative comments, there were at least a handful of customers who successfully bought cards from Peter with no issue. But to this very day, Peter Chang continues to peddle cardboard online, with a store comprising of over 450,000 individual products, the last remaining sliver of the legend himself.
Oh, the video just ended. Awesome. Wow. I like how the video just ended. That's so funny. Let me see if we can get dude, I can't. This is the funniest thing ever. I can't believe this is the real story. I get this is the Damn, I thought we were gonna see more like instances of him cheating, but we don't actually have like exactly like 100% proof of like cheating. It's just like this that people could say like, oh yeah, maybe he was nervous, right? Because he didn't benefit him, right? But it's like the story behind like all of what happened before and what he did later, right? There is no way. There is no way. Unfortunately, he forgot about the basics of shipping. Yeah. The basic. It's so basic. How could that happen? What is the other thing that he said? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm gonna. That's gonna become a thing for me now. I'm gonna be saying that all the time now. The cheating method was taking advantage of plausible deniability. So true. Yeah, that was a mistake. My bad. Sorry, I'm just learning this deck. That's what I think. That even maybe he wasn't actually trying to cheat. Is that he was so used to cheating that he didn't know how to do it properly, especially under pressure, under the pressure of being streaming, right? Like he's being part of the stream right now. So I see it. I know, debated. Well, yeah, I think that's gonna be it, right? Is there like more cases like this? I would like to know if there are more cases like this. I've seen a few. Maybe there is more videos by Squeeze here that we can watch. I really like this one. This was pretty entertaining. And you know what's also another thing that I appreciate about this video is that we get a little bit of context of how the meta was at different points in time, right? And we even had a time skip in this one, so that made it more interesting. So yeah, thank you so much for recommending this video. It was a really fun video. Thank you. Chat, I'm gonna die. Not as crazy as Peter, but there are a few other infamous cheaters. Oh, I bet there is more, right? But like, I understand that this is one very unique case. So yeah. Alright, chat. Listen, I wanted to watch more videos today, but I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I'm really tired. I'm really hungry. I think we're gonna have another stream probably on Thursday. I have something to do on Thursday, maybe. Do I have something to do on Thursday? Oh, what am I talking about? On Thursday I have a stream. It will be maybe on. No, it can be on Friday. When? Tomorrow? Tomorrow or Wednesday, maybe. I don't know. But I will try to make another one because I feel like we watched 2 long videos today, so we couldn't have like a proper, like a lot of the videos that I wanted to watch and a lot of suggestions by the community. So we'll get there. Don't worry. Yeah, it was a banger video. This guy cooked with. Yeah, totally an amazing video, definitely. So yeah, at least we finally get to watch this because I wanted to watch this a long time ago, but it's almost 1 hour, right? So probably we will get a video like that. Like this video is 40 minutes. Is it too late to save Yu-Gi-Oh? Like I'm curious about this one. We will see next time. All right, thank you everyone, and see you next time. Bye bye. Wait. I forgot that we were gonna react to the meme review. I completely forgot. Alright, meme review, we're gonna do it next time. Next time for sure, 100%. I promise. I promise. Okay, bye. Bye.